there's a lot of discussion about the extension of your contract. Could you explain, some people already have questions over what exactly you're doing for us. Could you please explain what your role has been and what you're doing?
Of course. So, primary role is to ensure compliance with the expenditure of the funds. So, for example, when resolutions come forward, we look at them for eligibility, and then as the funds are granted, we look at the expenditure side to confirm that that eligibility is met. We also work on reporting that's due to U.S. Treasury on a quarterly basis. And early on, so the first year, we assisted city administration with the plan that was presented to council and ultimately approved. And then we continue to evaluate new resolutions as they come forward to identify if they're consistent with the plan or not and notify accordingly. And so that's, I guess I would say, the core of the work. The additional work that we're doing is working with the administration to evaluate now that we're a little further down the road if there are additional dollars in the original allocation plan that will be available, if you will, over the next 6 to 9 months, knowing that at the end of 24, we have to have these dollars effectively marked for expenditure. Now, the thing to point out there is that these dollars have been moved out of the U.S. Treasury dollars, but we don't want to lose them because they were part of the dollars, right? If that makes sense. So it's to make sure that we're tracking and monitoring resolutions and ensuring that they're still being spent for the spirit of ARPA, even though they don't necessarily require additional reporting to U.S. Treasury.
So, one of the things that was discussed when you originally came before us, and I'm asking this question on behalf of Mr. Murphy, who hasn't quite settled in yet, and he's mentioned it, is that you were going to help find grants to further on that. Have you done any of that?
We have some grants that are matched in triplicate to things such as the land grant and so forth, which, you know, if you want to give credit for that or not, it's irrelevant. But we also have a proposal that's sitting with city administration to support them in taking the dollars that have been effectively already resolved and approved to various partnerships to the city to expand it. So effectively take $1 and make it $3. We've also evaluated other grant opportunities and made them available to the city to look at, identify the 1% that is granted, those types of things. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to give up my time so that other people can ask questions.
All right, is there anyone else who'd like the floor?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So, one of the issues that I'm having with you guys that I have a problem, I mean, I was never in love with y'all from the get-go. I'm just going to let you know up front. I'm not satisfied with what I'm seeing as far as the whole process when it comes down to the proper applications and the funding and whatever. But I've been following the Metro Community Development and Habitat for Humanity, the $5 million that we earmarked for, I know some residents that received or the $15,000, but Metro Community Development couldn't proceed because they needed some more information. So when I called the planning department or whatever, they was waiting on the compliance firm to give them some detailed information when it came down to, I guess, costs as far as the income data that the residents, we probably passed that a year ago. And to this date, there's been no resident been able to, or no nonprofit, Habitat or Metro Community Development, been able to move forward because they've been waiting on you guys to give them the rest of the information, because it makes no sense for them to move forward and then they turn in paperwork and can't get paid because they don't have all their documentations in place. As much as money as we done paid you guys, why is it taking so long for you guys to give them the information that they need in order for them to proceed in helping these people with their houses. That's just one of the problems that I have with the miscommunication between you and the administration, or you and the planning department, or you or whoever in the administration that's over making sure these people who we gave money to is able to proceed. That is a major problem for me. Can you tell me today, do they have all the necessary documentation for them to proceed in fixing these people's houses?
So this is about the habitat arrangement?
Metro Community Development. I know for sure that they've been waiting on.
So the grants have been approved.
Okay.
And then the city goes through a process of entering into a grant agreement with either Habitat or, Metro or whomever else. As far as that goes, at that point, we've already reviewed for eligibility. There's no additional information that we're requesting from them. They can go off and take their application process. What I don't know is if the city has put in place any controls or holdups to them at all. But as far as we're concerned, there's no holdup.
So what I was told through the administration, that they was waiting on you guys to tell them what the income eligible, what documentation that the residents needed to provide as far as their income.
We have no requests from the city for that.
Okay, so between somebody been giving a runaround, and as a result, the residents still they're getting them. This all, I don't even got no more questions. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like the floor at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Trujillo.
It's okay.
And I want to piggyback off of what Councilman Murphy said. So I know that initially, when you guys came before us, and when we voted to give you guys the opportunity to be the compliance fund, you said that you guys were going to look for other funding. Have that not taken place? Did you find funding?
We've got matches on the land bank, for example. We also have a proposal with the city. Go to talk to some philanthropy partners to match the resolutions that have been passed to multiply the dollars effectively. That would be longer term than the actual ARPA dollars themselves. Those are sitting with the city administration and they're being negotiated now.
Okay. Do we have documentation on that? How can I be sure that that's happening? Because we have not received anything as a council.
I'll take it back to the city.
So it sounds like this resolution needs to be taken back to committee or kept here in special affairs or something, because I mean, we need to be sure. Because that's what we voted on initially. That's why I voted to approve you guys, because I thought that would happen. And I'm like Councilman Murphy, I'm disappointed. I have not been impressed with the results. And then, not to mention, I wasn't impressed with the whole process, period, of the opera fund. So, I'm just going to put that out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilman in the 1st Ward.
I just had a question for you. Have your firm ever been in the same compliance with regulations? Have your firm not ever been in compliance with regulations, federal firm regulations?
ever had like a compliance issue. Well, I think it's a pretty big firm, so I'm sure there's been some things like, in fact, I know that there have been these issues in the past. There have been public disclosed that compliance with that federal law.
You talk about cheating on the check. You talk about cheating on the check.
Are you done? All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor? All right, since how no one else would like the floor, we will go ahead and close on this floor. Thank you. It is now time for public speaking, and for the public to have no more than 3 minutes to speak to City Council on any subject. We've already read the disorderly persons city code subsection. First speaker.
You know my name, Mr. Jackson. Hello. The public waiting. Why? Hello, America. Again, my name is Howard L. Mitchell. As you can see in Flint, Michigan, this unprecedented situation about Erskine Young. He's getting ready to get taken off by he got to reform the money. I think he's in the building. I can't look back and look at him like this. But Gentry, dude, you want to just throw us Flint people off where you can catch the planes. That you might be going over in Africa because they didn't change the money over in out of the U.S. bank accounts. He sounds like he's going to change it all into gold before we lose all the dollar amount. And they got all the darkies running over there, Ethiopians now, just like they messed up Saginaw. So he's trying to do the same thing they did over in Saginaw with the Erskine Young and all that. Yeah, but anyway, what I'm trying to say, we is here to get our cut on some 3 years' money. So, taking our tax. We don't pay taxes. We the people of Flint. In first ward and all that junk and all, and the people won't talk up like we okie dokies, like we the people like. They gonna keep on pushing darkies away from their homeland. They gonna end up in Jerusalem, and the question is, they gonna say, why you darkies in Jerusalem? And then he gonna say, I was born here. But then that's when they gonna say, they scared to mention the word Jesus, the King of Jerusalem, and then you curse generation. I mean, you and all that. And Dr. Lewis got us talking like that. Put in the man up Duma's ass. You got a white clothes on again tonight. Duma, you better look out. You're gonna get up, put up your ass. Your big black butt. I mean,
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Melissa Jaromski. I live in the first ward. There's a lot of things I want to talk about. Especially last week, Wednesday, when I'm watching city council meeting, and Paul sat there and put his hands on Miss Taylor and called her a fucking bitch. As I sit there and I watch some of you men on this stage, y'all seen it, you heard it. You didn't defend this woman. She's 80 years old. So that says a lot about you. What? You're screwing our fucking city. Look down. You're the worst. You are the worst. And if you were getting 5 words for her putting a lawsuit against her fucking ass.
Excuse me.
They're
Can
saying
you
that.
please pause the time? Can you please pause the time? I understand that you are upset. Can you watch the profanities, please? Thank you.
But y'all can do it, right?
Right.
So now, you sat there and said, well, why people can't get some roofs or home improvements was because you got to spend all this money on frivolous lawsuits. Well, where the hell are you helping the residents? Again, you didn't do nothing for the residents that was affected by Pump 5. You voted that once but twice against them. Okay? I'm not happy. I will keep coming here when I can, and I will speak my mind. And Leah, I did bring up because, my son went to volunteer and all that stuff because of my body and the arthritis that I got so bad. It's hard for me to do things when it's cold out, okay? If you want to run for a seat, at least engage with the kids. Talk
to them. And then for someone that was on your side asking where my son's daddy was, my son's dad passed away a month and a half before he was born, okay? I have done everything on my own. I don't get no damn help from his family. And I surely didn't get nothing from mine. I have been doing a single mother's job on my own, and I put up a lot of shit. And, you know, that's why you gotta live by God, because when you live by God and that, you get blessed. Doing criminal shit, you don't get blessed. And you can keep giving that love, you know, like Candace. I mean, hell, you look like, Joker, whatever that was, when y'all sat there and went after Dennis.
That's the one.
You thought that was funny. Are you serious?
Right.
You're all grown adults. My son has mental and behavioral issues, okay? You all act like him. I don't get it. Get your shit together or get the hell off the seat. And some people
Good evening, everybody. My name is Roy Field Sr. I live in the second ward.
Whoa.
I want to say this first. Glory to God for the blessing of being able to be here today. Okay. Can you hear me now? I say glory to God for the blessing of me being able to be here today. I want to share this with you. I am the fourth person on the block, the 3600 block of Brown Elder in Bachelor's with cancer. The other three are dead. And I'm here to share that with you to say, I got a question here for first Ms. Winfrey Carter and Mr. Murphy. You made a motion, Ms. Winfrey Carter, to have the water tested on the 3600 block of Brown Elder. And it was seconded by Mr. Murphy. It didn't happen. And then there was a resolution and it was passed. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And because of that, I filed a civil rights complaint against the city of Flint. There must be more powerful than the city council. I thought that when you made a resolution and it was passed, it was law. It did not happen. And I was told the administration said that that resolution wasn't passed. And it's on YouTube. So, well, anyway, okay, enough of that. Listen, I want to thank you, Dr. Lewis, for loving us here in the second ward. I appreciate all that you've done for us. I do. Now, at the last second ward meeting, Councilman Mishak, you gave my wife a water filter. And I'm grateful for that. But I want to show you. I want to show you what we see. I want to show this to you. I want you to test my water. I do. But I want you to test this first. See, I cut it in half with a saw. This is what we see. This is what we experience now. She did say that she was told that the filters don't protect us from the hot water. Well, the thing of it is there are some things that I learned from Dr. Lewis that could happen to protect us as far as filtering the water. If you put a filter on the pipes coming in the house, right next to or connected to the water meter, you're filtering cold water, not hot water. Okay? But I want you to test this first. Tell me what this is. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do like Moses did with the Pharaoh.
All right.
I said not to let the people go, but save the people of the city of Flint. The lies, I've had enough of it now, you know? Test this and see what it is. And I'm going to come back to the city council after the surgery. Thank you.
Next public speaker, please.
My name is April Stone. I'm a resident of the city of Flint. I'm coming to you today.
I've been at this address for 30 years. I'm connected to 5 properties, and all 5 of these properties I have to maintain to keep them back off of my land. One of them is land bank property. For the last 3 years, I've been cutting or paying somebody to cut this property. I mean, it's overtaking me with the animals and the groundhogs and cats and the rats and everything else. The grass don't get cut but once or twice or something. And then I'm a second ward too. They have a garage that's collapsing and is about to fall on my land. And they claim that it's not going to hurt nobody's property. It's not going to affect the neighbors. But the thing is collapsed in the front and it's falling backwards. And I ain't but 6 feet from it. I complained. The property inspectors, building inspectors, and everybody said they had it on emergency list, and that was 2 or 3 years ago, to be torn down. Nothing has been done. I feel like my property taxes need to be lower since I got to maintain 5 pieces of land and I don't even have a full piece of property. But since I work, I don't qualify for the poverty exemption. And the Habitat for Humanity has me on the list for some repairs. But I can't get the repairs because somebody down here, as they say, the mayor's office ain't releasing the funds or something ain't being done. I mean, I gotta spend all my money to maintain the property. I've even paid some of the land bank workers and had them follow me home to cut their property. They riding around playing on the tractors. So I called them down on DuPont and they didn't have them follow me all the way home and pay them to cut the grass. I'm tired of doing it myself. I'm getting too old. And it's just ridiculous. 5 pieces of property. And the people don't do nothing for that. If they live in land, they don't take care of it because they probably go all the way back. I don't even have a square piece of property. It was a triangle. I stole it to make it to fence it off about 2 feet. And they sent me
Thank you, ma'am.
they added more to my property taxes for that.
Ma'am,
Go to jail, you go to jail. Right. Sit down, April.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good job, April.
My name is Desiree Dwell. I'm a 4th generation Flintstone and a resident of the 7th Ward. I was an activist during the Flint water crisis, and I also served on the steering committee for the master plan for community facilities and infrastructure. I have 15 years of nonprofit experience, and I left the nonprofit sector due to the continual dysfunction in our city, and I am a strong believer in building up the civic infrastructure. One of the things that is really disturbing is that Flint is the only city in this country that doesn't have a park and rec. We are dependent on nonprofits, and we have a completely volunteer system where we could generate tons of jobs by hiring the residents that are already doing this job now. It's very problematic because in the 7th Ward, we have a park that is being managed by a nonprofit that is gatekeeping residents from there. Not only that, they are going unchecked and spraying Roundup, which is a known cancer contaminant, in a park. This is the same violence of the water crisis all over again. And it is very problematic. I am union carpenter apprenticeship in Detroit. I went through the Women in Skilled Trades program in Flint, and only 6 women were in that program. And of those 6 women, I was the only resident from Flint. Why are we not giving
the women in this city jobs, right? We are an all-female city. We are largely single mothers, myself included, and it is more profitable to focus on the women that are ready to work. Women have a longer work cycle than men. I am 43 years old and I am working on a third career. Come on. We need to invest in the residents so women can take care of their children. We have an overabundance of nonprofits focused solely on youth. And we are failing our children by not supporting the women in this town. We are also failing those investors, local investors who are working towards home ownership. I worked with an investor on the north end who worked with land contracts. He cannot access the land bank. Why is that?
Okay, thank you. Next public
How y'all doing today? I just came here to ask Adele Lewis, Candace, to stop giving people more. It's going too far. And I'm asking y'all to be the bigger people person. And answer people like me when I ask y'all that y'all looking for other ways to help the people keep their homes. When I'm asking y'all to make suggestions of amendments to that budget to stop us from going back into emergency management.
That's right.
When Miss Claire asked y'all for money to help put rules on their houses, address her. All y'all want to address is the personal attack. And I'll admit, Quincy Murphy, I would have gave some of that time for what was said, but you gave all but 4 seconds. All but 4 seconds.
Amen.
To a personal, and I admit it was a nasty personal attack. I admit that it got all of your attention. The people that's out signing your petition, they're paying attention to something else. And if you would address in a proper way, maybe they wouldn't be signing as good as they're signing.
That's right. Amen.
So I'm asking y'all to be the bigger person, and this, as soon as the damn buzzer go off, your time is up, please watch other people that chair meetings. Go to the accountability for Ethics and Accountability and watch how time expires and they don't overtalk you or none of that. They let you finish. Hell, the school board let down there 20 people go over a minute each one. H.D. Newman, I was like, I'm about to tell y'all to sit down. No interruptions. It looked like y'all looking at the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're tired, you're tired, you're tired.
Amen.
Today, it's very clear that as long as you want to give these unnecessary warnings, no one's going to stop you. So stop yourself.
That's right.
If you have beef with people, beef with them on Facebook.
They do that too. Shit.
And let me say something about these chambers, and please give me a couple extra seconds. Please.
No.
Get out of these chambers. It makes no sense that the city administration be holding conversations and interference. There you go. I can't even get 10 seconds.
Thank you, sir.
If I stay up for 4 more seconds, you don't
Thank
get
you, sir. Your time is up. Next public speaker,
What
please.
do you just say? I bet you don't know.
My name is Darlene Austin, and I live in the first ward. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. And I want to tell each and every one of you up there, y'all fight a good fight. Y'all be fighting, and the way y'all be fighting, I said, I don't really want
My name is Gladys Williamson. I live in the 9th Ward. I'm back. I really don't want to talk to you people. You are useless people. You are, and I can't wait until the people in the wards have an opportunity to put your butts to the curb. And hopefully they will get it now that voting has consequences. You get this. This is what you get. And again, I know that you don't care whatsoever, but you need to be held accountable with a sworn-in ombudsman. And we haven't had a sworn-in ombudsman since the Snyder emergency managers. No, they don't want to be held accountable for all the money that they're piling up on us instead of going to these 174 foundations in Flint alone. You would rather heap $500,000 up onto the backs of the taxpayers on their homes and boot them to the curb after they become seniors and their homes are paid off. Yeah, you would rather do that than go to these 501c3s and 4s and hold them accountable instead of money laundering, because that's what they're doing. They're money laundering, and you are in on it. You're a part of it. You're part of that money laundering. And that's why you don't hold these 501c3s accountable. And you don't go to them for money. There's a judge over there at the courthouse that has a 501c3, and there's not a dime in that 501c3, but he's got a foundation. Now what is that for? That's so that he can get somebody to put some money in that account for him, so that he can be bought. That's laundering, money laundering. And I'm going to tell you, I can't wait until we can get our minds right that yous are not the city of Flint, you are the corporation of Flint. And you don't speak for us, you don't do anything for us. You give us hard chairs so that we can get our butts up out of the seat as fast as we can and leave. I see them nice cushy chairs. I see them back to the bricks back there. But yeah, I can go downtown and you know what the roads look like with back to the bricks? You better hang on to your...
Thank you so much.
Hang on to
Your
your
time is
wheels.
up. Next public speaker, please.
Useless people.
Good afternoon, everyone. I came up here about a week ago, maybe two, and asked, have anybody came up here and thank you for the job that you have done? But the people are starting to speak. Y'all kept on telling me what a park looked like, what a grass looked like, but you got people coming up here complaining about water in their homes. See, you can beautify your park. It's good to go to a nice park, but then you go home to bad water, leaky roofs, mold in the house. You can't live in a park. You can just stay out in a park. But it's crazy how everybody wants to say a park or cutting the grass. We don't live outside. It's sad. It's a sad day when the park don't look better than somebody's home that's next door to the park. I'm just telling y'all got a chance to make it right. Y'all better make it right before somebody force y'all to get it right. Y'all think that this is a joke. This is not a joke. It's more and more people showing up. Sooner or later, we're going to be heard. We're going to be heard. Somebody's going to pay y'all attention. Y'all got to know how to do what's right. And I just stood up here and asked. Last week I think how many people came up here to thank y'all? Ain't nobody came up here and said thanks for nothing. So thanks for a whole lot of nothing. Because we don't care about them parks. Our kids can't even care in the parks because there's too much violence in the city to even let them go in the park. That's the last thing on our mind is a park and some cut grass. We don't care about that. We need our homes, our water, and our structures fixed. We're tired of 501c3s and we're tired of corporations. I don't know what more we have to say. ARPA funds was for people who lost revenue because it was said up here about businesses and DDA and lost revenue during the pandemic. What do you think these people suffered through that didn't have a corporation or no type of collateral to get around and keep things up, a government bailout? These people lost their homes too, their cars, their jobs, some lives. Folks got cancer. It's like y'all do not understand. It's just like so hard for y'all to get it. Everybody talk about a degree and a doctorate, and you can't simply understand folks need help. You don't need nothing but a kindergarten education to understand help. That's all you need. So please do that before somebody make y'all do it.
Jan-Marie Arbor, 7th Ward Council candidate. Although Resolution 240141 has been dropped, I wish to address it. At the recent Finance Committee meeting, I inquired about this resolution requesting $300,000 of ARPA funds to be given to Great Lakes Aquatic Habitat Network. Because I questioned its relationship to the Flint Community Water Lab, over which Ms. Mushat is director, she became hostile. Rather than stating that she is or is not affiliated with the Great Lakes organization, she hurled personal insults at me and called me a liar. I am not a liar, Ms. Mushat, and I don't like liars. And that's why I'm exposing you for the liar that you are. By denying that your organization is the recipient of the money, you weren't being honest with the public. You attempted to deceive the public with nonsensical rhetoric intended to humiliate me while avoiding answering the question of whether or not the Flint Community Water Lab is beneficiary. Well, after a phone call to that Habitat Network, it was confirmed by an employee that your organization, the Flint Community Water Lab, is indeed the beneficiary. As a matter of fact, for at least the past 18 months, they have served as fiduciary for the Flint Community Water Lab, meaning that through them, you and other staff get paid. And now you, whose organization partners with 20 others such as the C.S. Mott Foundation, Ruth Mott Foundation, Consumers Energy, and the City of Flint, trip to Iowa, everybody, you request $300,000 of taxpayer ARPA funds to help pay your salary. You should be ashamed of yourself. But this is yet again another example of the disrespect that members of this council have for the poor people of the City of Flint and the intended use of ARPA dollars. Instead of focusing upon servicing those in greatest need, you look out for yourselves. Considering past practices, I don't expect a proper outcome on the resolution should it come up, but at the very least, Mr. Schacht, should it come up, do not vote on it. Recuse yourself. You're the one who put it forth. It needs to be dropped completely, never to come before the council again. And by the way, Ms. Mushat, did you speak to the importance of transparency during the legislative meeting last week? Well, you certainly weren't transparent about what you stand to gain financially, and that reveals your character. You lied. By not revealing the truth, you committed fraud. You, as a councilwoman, Mushat, lied to the public. And master, and would you understand? However, you're good. What you say,
you can't even see her, but you said that.
My name is Mr. Taylor, and I have one question to ask everyone here. Why am I paying for water that I can't use? Oh, that's the question I have to use. I wouldn't go and ask.
Oh, Doug on our side tonight. Can you see her?
You're going to get that. Oh, ain't nobody gonna say nothing? Oh, y'all gonna say nothing, right? I'm just that, I want to answer. I need to answer. I'm going to give you all this time. I just want to answer. I'm going to be right here. I'll give you an answer. I know my time is up, right? It's almost up. I'm still waiting for the answer. And see, this is what we got to deal with. This is what we got to deal with from now on. Everybody sitting up there, making a little home drank some little water or wherever you did that, because I knew you.
They ain't going to.
Nobody was staying on that path for me.
Cases of water in a given day.
And anybody raise their hand that stays on the path.
About the water height.
See, this is my first time ever doing this, and
We're
it's
going to
just,
give
it
$1,000.
boggles my mind.
That don't even come
Because
close
all
to
of
what
us
I
is
paid
here
for water.
paying for water. Paying for water that I can't even use.
That's right.
Gonna have a water height too.
And if I don't pay the bill, y'all come cut the dirty water off. Ain't that something? And then you pay a fee to get it turned back on.
It's going up. It's
Welcome to America.
Along with our taxes.
Welcome to America. We are Flintstones. And this is how y'all treat us. We've been here for years. Wow.
They ain't got nothing ready. Don't leave. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Get up in their face.
I just want to ask, after I get done, will I get that answer? You looking like you want to say something. I'm sorry, what is this young, because I can't see her name. Michelle? Yes. You know what, you look like an honest face. I need you to respect her, if you can. And after this, I'm going to leave because I feel like this is just like a circus. You know, everybody come to be heard and don't nobody give nobody no response to that. And we can go back to it. And now we can say that this is cool, Mr. Murphy, you cool as ice water.
Point of order.
Vote for Mr. Murphy for mayor.
Thank you, sir. Next public speaker, please. What's your point of order?
At least let the speakers know, especially that is moved as, asking why we're not responding, that we can't respond until all the speakers have spoken.
You just did that, thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg McIntyre. I'm from the First Ward. I'm also running for the First Ward City Council seat. And I am learning some of the things that our community is going through, and we have not received any relief. And I need you to understand that these funds that were sent to our city were sent based off the needs of the residents. We went through being victimized by the land bank in the beginning, which led into the housing crisis. We've also faced job disparities, economic crisis, an ice storm that had outages that we didn't receive any relief for, on top of housing crisis, a water crisis, and COVID. And we've stuck that out as residents. We've stayed here, we've gone through the bad, the poison water. People are dying. Okay, people are dying from this. We have a city that's plagued with so much cancer, our residents, and yet you are allowing this water situation to go unaddressed. We need you to do your job, to represent the residents. We do deserve clean water. And then when the ARPA funds come, I'm going to say to the public, you need to check and see how many of your city council people have 501c3s, and how many receive ARPA funds, which is probably why they won't speak up for you. Because their needs and their pockets come before your needs. Okay? So they're not going to buck the administration or anybody else who is financially blessing their illegalities. We have to vote for people who know that you have to work for what you want, and when they're here in this situation, they represent you. Not nonprofit organizations, not big wigs in the community that feed news to our media, that feeds it to us, and that's why we're always turned around. Look at what you need, and look at what these people stand for, and are they willing to meet your needs? And that they don't think enough of you when they're sitting up here to support you, then why do you think enough of them at election time to support you? We have to start. If they won't stand up for us, we have to stand up for us. They're so nonchalant. You're talking about dying. You're talking about your houses collapsing. You're talking about your economic needs and jobs. And they're benefit from your demand.
Excuse me, can you please put this on hold?
They're benefiting from your downfall.
No, wait, I'm sorry, Mom, I did pause your time because there was something going on, I'm sorry. Can she get 40 seconds? Sorry. Like, put it back to 40 seconds.
Permit. There's one to the AG and one to the IG, Inspector General. That's the other one.
My point is this. My point is this.
I'm sorry, okay, wait.
My point is this. If somebody appears like they don't care or they're not concerned about your needs, the chances are they don't care or they're not concerned about your needs. And furthermore, this is not the only board that votes on things, and after it's voted on, it never happens. All of our city boards are like that. Whatever is voted on at these tables that benefits you, rarely happens. We have to stand up and let them know we realize we're being ignored. That's all I want to say.
I'm back. Kim, you too. You know, and you know what? Miss Shat, move that purse so you can be looking. Y'all will never, well, I'm sorry, Koala Mac, 7th Ward. Y'all will never stop me from expressing my freedom of speech and expression. I put a little courage for you personally. Here's that. Y'all spending the ARPA funds, adding other rules that shouldn't be. Y'all had the handcuffs put on me, but you know what? In the end, I'm going to be back when they on me. Listen, you know what? Y'all bottom feeders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 9. She ain't here no more. I will not call y'all bottom feeders. The cesspool of Flint. And number 1 over there, Mr. I heard you on the podcast. I told you, if you do right, I'm going to be with you. I like that stuff you do with May, helping the prison. But when you took that money and the man asked you on the podcast, did you get out the fund? No. Oh my God. No. And then you say, did you get a letter? Yeah. That's your funds. So you know good and well. I'm sorry. I'm going to call a thing. And I can't wait. I can't wait to go vote.
That's right.
I'll be seeing y'all. And you know what? I'm going to tell you this thing. Chief Green, you need to tell these so-called bottom feeders to quit sticking your real police officers on the residents like we're dogs. You are abusing your power over us. Move that first so I can talk to you. Or is it too heavy with the money that you got that's supposed to be money? You know what? I'm standing up here for the family new haters. She said she's tired of being sick and tired. Me too. I'm in the dead. What you gonna do? I can say no hands up. You hear me? I'm back. See you next meeting.
Whoever in the hell who burnt Northern, Flint Central, Flint Southwestern, Flint Northwestern, Flint Power, we're going to be looking for you. We're going to be with them right here, and we're going to take care of business Flint style. Then I want to be able to say, for you ones who voted for Rock County Burns and being in the city, she's out there doing groundbreakings and building up buildings in the city. Hell, y'all may have done another favor. And then last but not least, to the first board, Mr. Elamine,
I just want to say thank you for what I have seen you done. Some people may say you're the new kid on the block. No, you're the new councilman on the block. And you're out here on the block getting things done. I appreciate what you did for the first ward on Fleming Road. Some parts is fixed, but where the potholes was at, that was real dangerous. I know you had to ride over and hit the curb like everybody else. I thank you, brother, for getting the shit done. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Pedroni, and I'm from Wayne State University. Your current effort to amend the rules governing council is comical, except for the fact that you clearly use and create new rules to suppress any disagreement with your agenda to serve everyone's interest except the regular people of Flint. What makes it appear so comical is the fact that you are in the process of making new rules, even though you never read and certainly never follow the old rules. Why take the time to make new rules if you won't remember them or follow them? A great example is your current effort to change the rules so that the chair can declare a recess and not adjourn while a quorum of city council remains in the chamber. You never followed the already existing rule on this. In Robert's Rules of Order, it clearly delineates, and I'll share it with you because I've got it with me, 2 actions that council may take to allow members to get up from their seat without forcing an adjournment due to lack of quorum. The first is to declare a recess, which requires a majority vote before you go below quorum. You declared recesses without voting. This, under Robert's Rules, allows members to get up, walk around, use the restroom for a given period of time without automatic adjournment. The second way, under Robert's Rules of Order, is to remain at ease. The chair can only declare this in Robert's Rules without objection. You have to ask for objections. And it furthermore requires that members remain at their assigned places. These are the rules governing when council may take breaks without adjourning due to lack of quorum. But you've obviously never read them, and you certainly never followed them. You have broken these rules many times over the past 2 months, making those meetings illegal. One of the more colorful examples was on World Wrestling Federation night, when Liddell Lewis sat me the seat to egg on Councilman Pfeiffer. Judy's already dumpster fire meeting was made even worse when she declared a recess for 5 minutes without a vote. That's when all hell broke loose. And Liddell challenged many people to a physical fight. That recess, besides being incredibly ill-advised, was also illegal according to your rules, which in this case is Robert's Rules of Order, because the council rules say nothing about it so far. Judy would have had to have gotten a majority vote to declare a recess, and she didn't. And that's where you can really get yourself in trouble, and are getting yourself in trouble. Let me just get to the point. There are a lot of alphabet organizations that are interested in what you're doing. These are letters to the Attorney General and Inspector General documenting your behavior. It's only a matter of
I'm kind of new to this area, but not new to city councils, commissioners, chief of police, you name it. It's happening all over. First of all, I'd like to apologize to a few people that I have been here the last couple of times. I've been ill myself, but I also have a son that's 24/7 care. So any time taken away from him, I better make worthy of it. And Flint, I'm telling you, I came on this fight about 3 years ago of unmasked our kids because I knew what was going on. And I knew it wasn't going to stop there, that they were going to push the vaccine. And then they tried to push the vaccine into the schools without the parents knowing. Now they're taking the parents' rights away from the children. Are we waking up yet? Because we better wake up, and I've told this 3 years ago, it is we the people against the establishment. When I heard the other night that somebody was handcuffed because they got up and were excessively clapping, and then got up to the podium to try to do her 3 minutes, I was disgusted. And here I am, and I'm in this fight. Again, I'm not from this area, but I am learning a lot about this area. From the water crisis, there is so much corruption. And I want to personally apologize to all of you. I'm here to fight this fight. I'm here to save our country. And I can't do it alone, but we the people, if we stand together, black, white, if we stand together and up against the establishment, because you know what? Just a few years ago, you were on this side doing the same damn thing. So, Quincy, you asked about the land bank. Do you know anything about the land bank? Of why they would take 190 houses and put them all together and not let anybody get their home out? Unless you have millions of dollars?
That's right.
There's an agenda, people, and it's called 2030. They are trying to tax you out of your home. Because what do you think they're going to do? Oh, we're going to clean that area up, and we're going to bring in brand new homes. Well, guess what happens to the taxes of the other people's homes? Do you see what's going on?
Yes, they're part of it.
Claire McClinton, Flint resident. And I just want to say to this council, maybe not all of you, but if the shoe fit, please wear it. This council, you do not reflect the people of this city or its history. When we say we Flintstones, we mean several things that's part of our character of being from Flint. And you do not represent any of that. When we say Flintstones, we talk about a strong and profound sense of social justice. You don't reflect that. When we talk about Flint, we talk about heart. Big hearts and character. You don't reflect none of that. And we also reflect a fighting spirit. We don't back down. Y'all don't reflect none of that because you back away from everything we ask you to vote for. Now, I just want to say this. I'm glad she brought up about the houses, the 190 homes. We've been asking for an investigation, Attorney Kim. You also don't reflect the Flint character. We've been asking for that. Where's it at? We've been saying we want a resolution, a motion. That's what y'all do. You make motions and pass resolutions. Where is the motion to add $16 million to home repair and rehabilitation? Where is it at? Put it on the table and vote it down and see what happens. But in closing, I'm going to say this. We're not discouraged about the messiness and the corruption and the double standard of somebody calls somebody a B, they don't get kicked out. The person that got called a B get kicked out. 3 people in the last meeting kicked out. What kind of mess is that? We are Flint. And in closing, we're not discouraged by the misdeeds and mismanagement and total disregard for humanity.
That's right.
We've been in a situation for 10 years. We're hurting. We're angry.
10 years.
We're looking for some concern. And it's not showing up at all.
Don't drink the water.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen Weaver, and I'm a resident. And I came here
because it's 10 years. And I've been listening to the people. And the people of the city of Flint are hurting. They're hurting. We are all hurting. And 10 years later, we're commemorating 10 years of a switch. I declared an emergency in December of 2015. And 10 years later, we're still wondering when our pipes will be fixed, when our lawns will be fixed. We demand a full account of what pipes and restoration are left, an account of what funding is left to complete it, because I know when I left office, and Councilwoman Shatton knows this as well, we left $23 million in there for pipe replacement and for credits for the people because the company write the letters. So where does the money go? We're the city of Flint. We have water issues that we don't have a DPW director. We don't have anybody looking over our water, and we haven't had a person in over a year. Y'all be ashamed of yourselves. Be ashamed of yourselves. We want to see, where is the consent form? Where is it? Bring it out. Bring it out. So 10 years later, as we commemorate this water switch, we still don't have access to clean water. Do you all care? Because we don't hear any of you talking about it. Nobody's saying, when are the pipes going to be fixed? When will people's lawns be fixed? Nobody's saying that. We've had people die. People died as a result of this water. We have women that had miscarriages and stillbirths. We have a higher rate of special education, more need for mental health services, more kids in the juvenile justice system. We've got cancer. We've got cancer. The list goes on. No one's been held accountable, and no one has gotten a dime. And many people won't be here if we ever get a dime. And for you all to sit there and to sit there quietly, you're no better than the EPA when they were quiet about what NDEQ is doing to us. But I'm going to stop because I got to say, I'm so glad I don't see Paul Heron here. We allow people to disrespect our elders and call them a bitch is terrible. It's absolutely awful. And I'm encouraging people to unsubscribe to Paul Heron. Put him where it counts. Because there are too many other media platforms that we can get this information from. And so, just like they got rid of my voice because I was talking about the water, we're going to get rid of you all's voices because you're not talking about the water.
Good afternoon, good evening. Now, Robinson, City of Flint. I just want to say, I'm going to follow up with everybody in the house tonight. We got a bunch of clowns now.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
We got a bunch of clowns all around. I'm just saying, it's very disappointing.
Black Lives Matter.
It's very disappointing to see all our beautiful people up here acting indifferent. You got a role that you got to play. In this city, we expect more from you. We need y'all to stand up. I'm just going to go along with to get along. Some of y'all are doing well. And then most of y'all ain't holding it down. And so when we got to come out here because women is feeling, getting called bitches, getting attacked, that's a problem. When y'all voting on issues for yourself, and you're not spending no money in the community, that's a problem. Right? And you all know this. You've been a part of this community before, so it ain't nothing new. So you know, if you're in this community, you want to stand on the right side of history. You want to be about the work. You want to be about the advancement of people in the city of Flint. You want to make sure these grassroots organizations are being supported. And y'all ain't doing that. So you don't want people to come in here and talk bad about you every other time, every Monday and Wednesday to come tell you about yourself. And you got to be crazy. If people is recalling you on a regular, then it's a problem. No part about legal action taking place for people saying the wrong stuff on on whatever the roll call, you gotta make sure you take care of business so people don't record you, or people don't have these special elections, or people got a vote of confidence in you. So what I'm saying like this, you know what I'm saying, because I can say so much. What I'm saying, you got the opportunity now to change your run. Each and every one of them. You got the opportunity to do something different and make this community a robust community we all believe in. Everybody here because they care. They don't take their time out the day just to come here and talk bad about each other. I sure don't. But the thing is, I come down because I care. And I want to make sure that I'm putting out there and supporting the community. Don't be laughing, because y'all getting in the crowd starting fun. It ain't nothing funny.
You can do whatever you talk to them. You talk to them up there.
No, ain't nobody stopping the floor. But look, let me tell y'all.
Who he think he ruling
Make
though?
sure y'all go in here and handle business. Make sure y'all get those ARPA dollars out to the community. Make sure these grassroots organizations that need the support and help. Make sure the elders get renovation on property. Now, let's not have these conversations here. Let's not keep talking. We know the problem. Let's not keep over here talking about the same old stuff.
You're keeping all that money.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Keeping all that money.
Good evening, residents. I know I'm supposed to address the council by your rules, but I'm actually, because you guys don't really listen. You don't really actionably do anything that we ask you to do. So I'm really talking to the people behind me. That's right. Well, someone's noticeably absent tonight.
Eva Worthy.
The person that assaulted me in these council chambers. We won't miss her in a couple of weeks. We're not calling for residents to get out and vote. You know, the first time I heard you all referred to as a foolish five, I thought, I don't know if I want to go there. But then I looked up the definition of foolish. It said a person or an action lacking good sense or judgment. Unwise. Unwise. Then I took that and I said, you know what? I'm going to go to the Bible. Some of you may not know what that looks like. But it says, stay away from a fool.
That's right.
For you will not find knowledge on their lips. You don't find it on many of yours. The wisdom of the prudent is to give thought to their ways, but the folly of fools is deception.
That's right.
There's a lot of deception on this council.
That's exactly right.
Fools mock. Fools do mock, don't they? Councilwoman Lewis. And making amends for sin, but goodwill, my friends behind me, is found among the upright.
That's right.
You know, someone said we the people. And then there's this document tonight, we the people. We have 10 demands. But we're not necessarily demanding them of this council because we know that the majority of this council will not support any of this, even though it calls for the very bit of what you are here to do. And Ms. Michelle, Councilwoman, don't you ever use your, I don't know what we call it, political or selected office to verbally assault a resident by calling them their big age, because I think that their big age tonight showed you something.
That's right.
Give it to
Just want people to notice what's going on at Bethany Hazard from the 6th Ward down to the 8th, which is confusing. In 2010, the Supreme Court changed laws in favor of corporations.
That's right.
This law lets corporations give money to politicians, and this law is legalized bribery.
That's right.
And has led to corporations, and what I see here in Flint is a part of that. Corporations give money and special favors to certain people on this council, which pollutes and is against the people, pollutes things.
So that's what I want to notice. I noticed what's going on. Maybe I can't explain it very well. But we're losing democracy in this country, and especially in Flint.
That's right.
I talked to my brother on the phone. He lives across the state. He never even heard of a corporation being paid for by the people like the people of Flint do. He said that's so undemocratic, he can't believe it. But in the city of Flint, we are paying a tax for Ashley Kelt's capital. They gave bribes to certain people on council.
Yes, they did.
And that's the outcome of what we're seeing is right here, you're against your own people.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Audrey Young.
Come on, Bart.
So, I just want to start out by saying last week's meeting definitely very disappointing for the council to support a lie by Paul Herring. In particular, what I heard on video from Dale Lewis, to support an outright lie that she hit him. And he left out of here with that lie, and to have the police chief to support the lie that was being told is very disappointing to me and for me as a citizen of Flint.
That's right.
It's an 80-year-old woman. Paul have equipment that ain't here today, I guess. But it's all over in the hallway, in the aisles, cords running across here, and to have a fire chief sitting here and know that that is a safety hazard here in the city hall. Every one of us should be calling OSHA on City Hall because they have violated our safety right here in the council chambers.
Amen.
We got pictures of it. Those towels, wet towels, or whatever they were that was thrown over those cords are not safe. And I'm going to come from my expertise of 22 years as practicing as an occupational therapist. The first thing we do when we go to somebody's home to take care of them is to tell them your rugs are a trip hazard. Please remove them. But you got towels just laying across cords. Nothing's taped down. Cords running through aisles where people should be sitting. And then he come up here and make a mockery of the city. I recall when he got kicked out of city council and wasn't even allowed to record by Dane Wallen when he brought his friend in to record. And I recall that when Mayor Karen Weaver became the mayor, her and Eric Mays worked together to get him hired back in and get him paid. And look at the favor that he returned. Mistreating the people. That was the very people that came in and supported him to get him in here, get him paid. When he was doing it voluntarily, wasn't even asking for nothing. Dane got rid of him.
That's right.
I was here when it happened, in the council chamber. Many of you all were not here at that meeting. Many of you all probably didn't even know that. But I recall it because I was sitting in here observing the meeting. But I am very disappointed in all of this stuff that happened. And especially you all putting out people because you want to accuse them of threatening you. No, you was up here threatening everybody else. Why was that a threat? Because you said that. I don't understand. You know what? Maybe it's not meant for me to understand because I shouldn't be understanding foolery. So that's the reason why I don't understand what's going on. But just know, and I'll leave this thing and say, every dog has its day.
I'm in the third ward. The reason I said to you last week, you need to send something out to the people to let them know that them wards are no good to 2026. These people are so confused right now because they don't know what ward they live in. I was in the third ward getting signatures, and the woman said, "Oh, Liddell Lewis is my council person. Liddell Lewis is her council person. Quincy Murphy's her council person. To 2026. Liddell Lewis is going out here to Shiloh Common, telling everybody she's their council person. She's a lie. Not to 2026. You guys need to get this right, and you got to get it right away. because we're not taking no more saying we don't have enough people to recall somebody. This is ridiculous. We had 11,088 signatures that you said, 1,188 signatures you said that wasn't right. You knew they were right. But I'm going to let you get away with it. I'm going to let you get away with it. Because I am going to ask you on this. I'm not stopping right here. You can breathe, you can smoke, you can do everything else.
Yawning.
Big bird. But you will be recalled. You're going to be recalled. I'm real close with you.
Don't forget Judy Priestley.
Oh, she ain't done. But I will not go after Pfeiffer. I will not. So whoever you calling me, you better get some people out there on the streets tonight. I will not. You guys got this all screwed up. You better make it right.
That's right.
We're not taking no more. We don't have enough signatures. We're not taking that no more. This is the last straw. Quincy, I'm so close to you, I can blink an eye. Oh, I can blink an eye. And you know what the people are saying? Oh, he got Marino Street in order. But look at the rest of the block. They say you got so much trash in your yard that you need somebody over there to blighten that. Y'all gotta get this together. I'm gonna recall until I can't recall no more. So get ready. My name is Beverly Biggs Senior, and we're gonna go recall until we can't recall you foolish fine.
Let me start off by saying this. William Kim is going to lie. The city administration is going to lie to you. Last week I was in a communication meeting with Eagle and EPA and spoke about the ACO, Administrative Assembly. That y'all allowed them to take you into executive session so that you couldn't put the information out there. So what y'all need to do, Leon and Quincy, because y'all didn't talk with us before out here on the streets, man. Y'all know what it's like, man, not getting real true information. And he's hiding the information because he don't want people to know how he done fucked up the city so bad. The water is not safe. Candace, you do the water level. You done went to these houses in school. And you know how high this lead is for real. You know there's other stuff other than lead in this water. That ACO, we don't even have the money. We got deadlines in this ACO. We violated in the resolution itself. It states about public health. The Safe Water Drinking Act of 1976. Y'all know how hard we fought. Mayor Weaver. I was fighting with Mayor Weaver all the time. Y'all know this. Eagle was taking her to court every single day. They was taking her to court. If she went to use the bathroom, they made her write a letter saying that she didn't go to use the bathroom. This administration has not been held accountable by you or Eagle or EPA. The last time they put something on the website was when Mayor Weaver was in office. ACO, they took them to court. They took them to court for the primary water. They was getting ready to take Mayor Weaver to court for the ACO. William Kim will lie and say he can't let that information out. Eric Oswald from Eagle just said in our communication meeting, the public has an opportunity for input. We should be looking at this ACO. Our water is not safe. Real quick, Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields is on Barnell. That's where we come from. 3 people died that he know of, and he has cancer. Now let's add 2 more, my cousin and my aunt. Then add 3 more across the street. And then let's add the ones over on Donaldson across from Bethel. That's 6. That's 6. They all on the same water line. Multiple level red blood cancer. Our water is not safe, And I guarantee you,
really take
when y'all get into y'all comments,
Yeah, to the limit.
what y'all gonna focus on is all the different taxes
To the limit.
or whatever. Now, I'm not even calling them tax. I'm gonna call them what they are. Truth. Y'all heard
Thank
me
you.
talk
Is there
about
anyone
this.
else who wishes to address council at this time?
Ms. Taylor.
Come on, sis.
Good evening, Miss Taylor.
It is my pleasure to stand here in front of you and to talk about the 7th Ward Council. I asked 3 times in front of you at this meeting, please tell me what was going on at Pierce Park. You chose not to each time. Yet the council gave $50,000 to Pierce Park. We don't know who, but they got it. Then we find out that the National Fish and Wildlife Federation provided $815K to Pierce Park. And I asked, what is it that you know that's going on and why is it being spent there? And tell me about it. Tell the community about it. But you choose not to. You choose not to talk about the water. You want to have secret meetings.
That's right.
And you like that. You like your partitions. You like to separate yourself from the community.
They love the money.
Mrs. Priestley, you talk about people that don't like you. That can be a reason. 1,200 signatures were collected on documents to say that the 2nd Ward Council person is not someone that they want as their council person. Flint still has a contempt of court. This administration just puts their finger up in the face of the community.
No ombudsman.
And we don't have an ombudsman that's been sworn in.
That's right.
This Flint administration is highly questionable. So when the FBI calls me again, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars are in your pockets.
Yes, it is.
There is no roof, no windows, no furnaces, no hot water heaters in this community, but you got yours.
That's right.
You will appoint people to commissions that are couples. The guy who runs the Habitat, his wife is on the ethics and that is so unethical. In your face. You put it in our faces.
Just like the mayor and his wife.
The 5th largest absentee person at the state level. And for the new people that are coming in, you get my support. Because I don't want to be a mess to you, Mr. Leon Elamine. That was your word. That's the word you used. And I reached out to you years ago personally, one of you. I can't believe you responded like that. But then, yes, I can. And this council person who refuses to look at me every time I come here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the
Before her time was up. Here with this clown. Watch they pay attention to this clown.
My name is Scott Matthews, and I'm a good government activist from the 7th Ward. I'm here to say I'm bullish on Flint, and I can't wait to tell you why. We've turned the tide against blight with a robust $52 million initiative funding from various sources, including the ARPA funds. By 2026, there are plans to demolish a total of 1,910 structures, with 1,447 either demolished, under contract, or preparing for bid. Our community is becoming safer every day. Thanks to the FPD's proactive measures. Since implementing these
Look how they paying attention to him,
a
though.
remarkable 40% drop in murders.
You see how they paying
since
attention to him,
2021.
talk.
Along with
Stop the time.
crime rates.
1 second, Mr. Matthews. I'm going to ask the audience to come to order and stop booing and yelling out while he's speaking. Thank you. Go ahead, City Clerk. Start the time.
We further enhanced financed our police force and fire department with significant investments in an advanced
Look
training
at Adele, she
facility,
paying
a new
attention to it.
firefighting apparatus, and a new ambulance
Just
service.
don't call 911.
The redevelopment of the old Buick City Brownfield site is a beacon for economic resurgence, promising to create over 3,000 jobs and inject $300 million into our local economy. That's more than a revival. It's a transformation. Savoring Flint's emergence as the center of innovation industry. Our cultural scene is thriving thanks to the significant investments in the arts and public spaces. The riverfront makeover and new state parks.
She ain't up with that camera.
All around. To cover all the progress Flint has made under Mayor Jeff
Can you please stop the clock?
While the clock is stopped, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting started at 4:30.
It's 6 o'clock.
All right, go ahead, Caesar. Thank you.
Despite these advances, unfortunately, some refuse to recognize our achievements. Recently suspended Tanya Burns, aided by players like Jerry Richard Carter and Dennis Pfeiffer, and bolstered by a few raucous
The audience will come to order.
A few raucous.
Wait 1 second. 1 second.
You are useless.
Right.
Candace ain't gonna say nothing to me.
Gladys, stop yelling out.
Shut up to me.
All right, well, that's your first one.
I don't care.
That's wonderful, because that's your first one. Start the clock, please.
I want to listen to the snake. I like that. These people continue to spread false bribery claims against council members Lavelle Lewis and Lindsey Murphy. This, even though 8 months have passed, no charges or arrests have been made, and the city attorney has clearly stated no laws have been broken. Thank you, President Lavelle Lewis, and your council allies for your tireless support.
I'm just low-lying fruit for her to have.
Please start the time.
Bring her back!
Bring her back!
Bring her back! Bring her back! Bring her back! Bring her back! Bring her
back! You stop the clock for everybody else. Please stop. We've got 1 or 2 options here. You all can choose to stop yelling out, or we will clear the chambers. That's it.
And she does not have the authority to put people out of these chambers. She needs to learn the Robert rules. Bring them in power anyway.
I need everybody to stop being disorderly. Okay, and as soon as everyone is done being disorderly, do not approach the city clerk. Do not give the city clerk directives. Do not approach the clerk. Carter, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Cookie Carter.
Let's restart the clock.
Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down so they can start at 3 minutes over.
Sit your butt down. You directing traffic. You sit down. Everybody, you sit down. Everybody, you sit down. Sit your ass down, Rick. You're in the way. You in the way. Sit your ass down.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please put the 3 minutes on the clock? Go ahead and start.
First of all, I want to say, Madam Clerk, I am Tanya Burns, elected, not appointed, not interim of the 6th Ward. I could have served in my 30 days, which is illegal, by the way, but I'm going to watch some of you serve time in prison. No longer wonder who turned you into the FBI or to the Office of Inspector General. It was me. I'm one of the people who did it. So you don't have to worry about that. You cannot vote on your own resolution. But then I'm going to say this. You brought your $300,000 up there. There's someone owed you something, and the administration turned their back on you yet again. Mayor Neely not only fired you, but then he turned around to make sure your $300,000 you were not going to get, and that it was illegal. They said, we did not vet it. We did not sign off. We have nothing to do with this. We do not support this. And yes, I did call Stephanie at the Freshwater Future, which is, it has only been 18 months that they are serving as your fiduciary. That is a problem. You're supposed to serve the public. But getting back to business, because you always want to go after the residents. You can't clear the change. You don't have that authority. It is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And when you read it, you need to comprehend it. And I'm going to say this on the 10-year anniversary. We still don't have clean water. That consent order will not be revealed to the public until it is agreed and voted upon. That is against the law. Still underneath this, the veil of secrecy, these council members that y'all see up here today are agreeing to keep a secret what caused this city 10 years ago for people to die, to lose their lives. We don't have service lines fixed. Cedar Street is not fixed. But they still up here worried about padding their pockets. That is their concern. Not the 10 years that you still can't drink water from the tap. That's not the concern. And for those who don't know, I marched, I protested. I donated and I handed out and I packed cars with bottled water. I did the work. I didn't have anybody hand me anything. So as we talk about what these council chambers are, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, you set the standard by calling me a bitch. You allow number one to have an 80-year-old queen, someone who we need to be proud of that I am, to be called a bitch by Paul Herring. That's despicable. Your behavior is despicable. You have set the tone for this city. And you are a complete and utter failure as the Flint City Council president. And shame on you. Shame on you. I'll see you with quick. The next Johnson was
So any council members that wish to address the public?
I'm sorry, Bishop. I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Hold on.
My point of order is the public.
I've asked 3 times, they kept
Dang,
but they keep yelling, there's nothing I can do. I asked 3 times.
Clean your ears out.
It's over. Is there any council person?
No, it's not. No.
What's your name?
You're not allowing the rest of the public to speak because I didn't hear it. And if I didn't hear it, because of the commotion that's going on in the audience,
I don't believe they heard it neither. So if you did say that the public speaking was closed, I didn't hear it. So I just don't think you're allowed to work.
So what's going on?
You got 3 minutes.
I didn't hear you tell me to go. Start. Did you tell me to start?
No.
Why is my clock?
What's your point?
Madam Chair, I agree with Councilman Murphy. I did not hear you say that public so if we can't hear it down here, I don't think the audience.
So the public is the reason you didn't hear us.
Well,
And they
we have more public speakers.
With children. With
I would
children.
like to hear the public speakers.
y'all need to send her home. Send her home.
Let them talk.
I appeal the decision of the chair to not allow the public.
I didn't say that.
I'll support that appeal.
Thank you.
I'll support that appeal.
Of course, Judy don't say it. She gonna tell him to go, or she just gonna stand there?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I'm a lifelong resident.
What's your point?
So, what happened?
You heard me say it. So since none of you heard me say it, they're speaking.
No, I didn't else. We had an appeal on the floor. So that was those two. I heard it. And then I heard the false response. So I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen next.
It's fine. Go ahead, Mr. Dumas. Can you start his 3 minutes over?
She hollering at them.
Thank you. Again, my name is A.C. Dumas. I'm a resident of the city of Flint, lifelong. And I've heard a lot from we the people, and this is the people's government. It's of the people, by the people, and for the people. But I'm up here to talk about the illegal trip being paid for by the tax dollars, from the tax dollars and the residents of the city of Flint. And that is to Liddell Lewis and Candace Machado, who is going to Iowa, I guess leaving on tomorrow, sometime on tomorrow. I want to let you know that I did file. I filed to Attorney General's office, David Lee, the sheriff. I let the media know what I was doing, and also I filed a FOIA. And the reason I filed a FOIA, I want to know who's been using the credit cards at City Hall. I want to know, they're called the P card. Y'all know what the P card is. And the FOIA, I'm asking every department head, every department, including the clerk's office, the mayor's office, who's been using the people's credit card? What are they using it for? It's a litany of it. And I had the clerk serve. Many of you received an email about the FOIA. And I'm going to say this to the listening audience. I know Kim is going to charge, I think, Mr. Wilson, you had a FOIA one time. I don't know if you ever gotten it. You finally got it? No, I ain't. Okay, you haven't gotten it. Okay. And I know they're going to put a big $400, $500 fee on there. That's what they do to discourage you. But the council, you ought to want to know who's using the credit card. Remember what they did to the DDA director? Remember she was using the credit card of the DDA illegally. And I believe that people in the city of Flint have been using the credit card, the P card, for their own personal tricks.
Thank you.
So, I can't say so-called media.
Good evening. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I'm a former resident of Flint, and I'm a current licensed social worker in Flint. And these are my sons, Kamal Littlejohn, he is 11 years old. And my other son is Zayd Littlejohn, he is 9. They are 2 out of 8 children that my husband and I have. And they both attend Pierce Elementary School. So I just wanted to share real quickly that they did not know they were coming to a city council meeting, but when we pulled up, they got excited because they know of the late Councilman Eric Mays. So the spirits lifted up, but because I do watch council meetings at home, they were like, we don't want to be in there and it's going to be all loud and rowdy, etc. So they also know the dysfunction of the city council, unfortunately. So hopefully I am demonstrating for them to be advocates for themselves when they get older as well, for their families and their communities. But I am here to question the dignity, the integrity, the morality, and the mental health of the Flint City Council and the Flint administration. And below are my examples of concerns. We had, a few months ago, there was a male member of the administration that verbally harassed 2 black women in public at a political fundraiser for a state representative. There is a white supremacist agent that continues to harass a black councilwoman. Council members calling other council members bitches, hood rats, and ghetto. A black male calling an elderly black woman a dumb bitch. The weaponization of the Flint police on audience members, having a woman handcuffed for clapping, and having 5 police officers surround a community activist.
Yeah, she getting up,
Lastly, we have some council people and some administration staff that are connected to a serial child molester that has given HIV to numerous males, including a 14-year-old boy. So, to the council people that I am speaking to, that this concerns, where is your integrity? Even for the ones that are not related to this, where is your integrity? Anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Epics, baby.
Good job.
You see, good evening, people of the city of Flint. My name is Will Papa Jim, Epic Daily Boy. I'm looking around in this chamber here. I don't see not one individual in this chamber bid and address the council before I did. 1966, first time I stood at this podium. I knew every council, black council person, one. From then to now, I knew every white and black mayor from now to then. But I got up to speak. I wasn't on that thing. But I got up to praise and to honor Karen Weaver. Karen Weaver. I heard AC doing this show last Saturday. This woman been all over the world fighting for the water crisis here in Flint. She sought after when the press come here or the investigators or the federal government come here, they go to Karen Weaver's house. They don't come downstairs. They don't come before y'all. Karen Weaver, she got the receipts. And I'm Dr. Karen Weaver. That's right. I appreciate her. I appreciate her turning her back on me. Although she's not in political office, like it was said before, y'all turned her away, but she didn't never turn her back on us. Never. Even to the night. It made my heart smile when she got up and continued to fight for the people. She didn't come here to advise y'all or talk against y'all. She come here to say a word on behalf of the people of the city of Flint. And I take my whole 3 minutes of acknowledging her, praising her, and telling her how much we let's give her an applause.
Good afternoon, people. I got a few questions. I like to recognize and answer. As I ride through the city of Flint, see all the potholes in the city of Flint,
Please
all the
speak up.
damage, all the damaged houses in Flint, y'all call yourself tearing down, and the money been wasted. How do y'all allow the city of Flint buy $80,000 vehicles to service the city of Flint?
Thank you.
And all they need is recreational vehicles. But y'all spend $80,000 on the vehicle to ride through the city to check water main, property damage, and all that. But then yet, ask the people about what can y'all do for them. Since y'all had all this $90-some million, y'all haven't given the city people one dime.
Nothing.
One dime. I brought it to y'all attention several months ago. Yeah, less than 80,000 resident people in the city of Flint. If you would took $15,000 out and gave all the resident people of Flint upgrade their houses, we still have enough money to do the damage to those people in Flint. But yet, y'all have to put that in progress to do anything with downtown, Lower Flint, to help the residents of the city of Flint. So I'm asking y'all today, what are y'all going to do? Y'all sit up in the council meeting, up on the council board, we voted y'all in to restructure the city, but y'all destructure the city. And what sense does that make? And we can't see no light on the north end of town. And then we call for a police officer to come on the north end of town, take 45 minutes to an hour. And then y'all say y'all put the people in y'all. And each one of y'all live in the city of Flint. You ride to the city of Flint every day, you see the structures going on. But what is y'all going to do for the people? Y'all talk about the water crisis and all this. Since the water been bad, my water bill been up. And I look and see, I have to pay it every month. If I don't pay it every month, I can't operate. So, when is y'all going to start giving back to us people in the city of Flint? You know, you look at the people who are sick, you look at people who are doing without, abandoned housing, homeless people. But yet, the government of the United States, all of us talk about giving this money out. And y'all giving money to these properties, big companies and stuff, $300,000, $400,000, $150,000 for what? For they can pay their payroll, so they really ain't doing that for the city people. You know, why would I pay you to pay your payroll when y'all still like that doghouse? You know, y'all ride through the city every day. Y'all see what's going on. You as the entrepreneur, you see what you're doing out here. Where's you getting your help from? When y'all have the money to bring back into the North End of town, y'all not doing it. So when is we gonna see some light on the North End of town? When we gonna see some destruction for the low income people?
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address council?
We the people of the city of Flint, under the Constitution and the laws of the state of Michigan, in order to secure the benefits of local self-government and to provide an honest, transparent, and accountable government, do hereby adopt the charter and confer upon the city the following powers, subject to the following restrictions and prescribed by the following procedures and governmental structure. By this action, we secure the benefits of home rule and affirm the values of equality, freedom, justice, representative democracy, professional management, strong political leadership, citizen participation, right here, environmental justice, and effective government. Declaration of Rights, number 1. The people of the city of Flint have in this charter reaffirmed their faith in the fundamental human rights, in the equal rights of men and women. They have determined to promote the social progress and to guarantee that the city government serves the citizens. The people of Flint have mandated that the city shall provide a public peace and health for the safety of persons, property in the city. And they require the city officers to promote respect for these rights and freedoms. The people have a right, and city officers shall pledge themselves to assure residents, right here, a business, a clean, safe, and blight-free environment, safe and decent waterways, and a sanitary city, healthcare, safe roadways, sidewalks, convenient public transportation, recreation activities and facilities, culture enrichment, blah, 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 blah. The list goes on. It's all right here, and you're supposed to be pledged to do those and uphold all of those things. And for what I've seen in the last few meetings, I don't see any checks with the balance. Where is your ombudsman to hold you accountable for all of your security of this city and this council? The problem that I have right here is the fact that I don't see an ombudsman. Matter of fact, I believe it was Rick Snyder that removed that ombudsman.
That's right.
Okay? That is who holds you all accountable for all the sins you're creating right here. Where is the ombudsman? And for somebody to sit here over on legal staff and they're not pointing out problems, that's a problem.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council at this time?
Last Thursday.
Start.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lavelle Barnett. I live at 614 East Hobson. I'm in your area, I believe, Mr. Delamine. Congratulations on your appointment. I'm just coming here to I'll keep it short. I've lived on Hobson Street since 1977. There are only 4 houses on that block occupied. I walk my block at least once a week, at least every day on trash day. I live from Saginaw Street to the first block on Fulton. The house next door to me is vacant. It's been a lot since maybe 2010. The house next to 2010, the house next to the lot, 622, it's been vacant. Now, I'll get to the point. I edged my yard, 614. I edged the lot next door at 618. I edged the house at 622. The house at 622 has been vacant since 2019. I keep that yard up also. The land bank came out there in August of last year, said who owns this house because it's looking too good. On the inside of the house, it's deteriorated and everything, on fire. My point is, the land bank said who's occupying the home. I told them I had some stuff in there because I occupied before. I came down here in October to go to court because I told them the reason I was coming to court was because the house needed to be tore down. They came out March and agreed the house needed to be tore down at 622, and also they put notice on there that the house would be torn down and the house couldn't be occupied. 2 weeks later, in April, some people are over there talking about they bought the house. What? Yeah, the house. The engineers came out from the city. They posted on the house to be torn down and everything. He also told me a verbal agreement that the lot next door to me I could purchase, and also when they tear the home down next at 622, I could purchase that lot also. So I don't understand how can a house be condemned. The engineers got it posted and the house to be torn down, and 2 weeks later, people saying that they bought the house in the city. And also, I'm pretty sure they bought the lot that I've taken care of since 2010. If you ride down High Street right now, you'll see my house is 614, the lot next to me is 618, and the house they sold 622 is also is. I take care of all three of those lots, all three of those. I live at 614. They told me that the house at 622 would be torn down. So I asked a lot, and they also told me I had to purchase the lot at 622 and at 618.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So I was about to talk.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Is there anyone else who would like to address the public?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Camille Pastor Fair, and I'm sad to say that this is the first time that I've physically been to a council meeting. And I have to say, we're always taught that we have to be the change that we want to see, right? So I'm going to start with being the change that I want to see. I'm looking at each one of you in your eyes, and I would appreciate the same. That is something that I haven't seen, and this is my first council meeting. And regardless of whether or not our opinions are, agreed upon or not, we have to be respectful to one another. All right? We have to make sure that, like I said, we are being that change that we want to see. I've seen some of you look up every now and again, but in order to make change, we have to be able to work together. And some of that starts with you really trying to listen and take in what's being said to you. And that doesn't always mean you can take it in while you're multitasking, which is a fallacy, by the way. It means that you have to actually listen to hear. Not listen to respond, but listen to hear. Get out and talk to people, even if you don't agree. Figure out their points of view. Figure out a way to come to a meeting of the minds. When you see this many people that are disagreeing with what you all are doing, regardless of whether or not you agree or not, that's a problem. That means it's time to step up. That means it's time to do something different to get a different result. Candace, I know you. We've always had a good rapport, but right now I'm looking in your eyes and I'm not getting the same. I have the utmost respect for you. Every time I see you in church.
Just a glass.
In church. So, in closing, I hope that, like I said, you all see that I'm making the change that I want to see. Irregardless of opinions, thoughts, whether or not you all agree or not. Let's start with the basic human right, and that is for all individuals. And we all deserve respect. So hopefully, if anyone else gets up here behind me, you all will give them that respect. You all will give them that eye contact. You all will listen wholeheartedly. You all will focus wholeheartedly. Have a good day. Thank you.
Tracy Frazier, 4th Ward. I got 3 things I want to address tonight.
Ms. Priestley, I need to see more of a presence on the east side. I've been a resident over there for about 10 years now. I go and I work with the land bank and I clean up lots on the east side. I just adopted and was able to get some work on the north side to clean up where I grew up at, where I was born and raised on the rail. You gotta have more of a presence on the east side. More. I know y'all do some stuff over there in the little park over there with the basketball hoop, but it's kids over there living in like horrible conditions. They have nowhere to play. There's no park over there that's sufficient enough for children to play safely. I would love to see more of some villages on your part on the east side. Second, it is the 10th year anniversary of water crisis. Why y'all keep going into these closed session meetings and not giving us updates? Like, we deserve an update. Every board and every council person, y'all should be giving y'all residents an update on this water crisis. We still know nothing.
How are they going to say I'm spending your money?
Third thing, what happened to the ARPA application portal? It was here one day and it just disappeared. As a nonprofit, I'm a director of a nonprofit. I submitted an ARPA application to help with youth job training. I have not gotten a letter. I have not gotten an email. I have not gotten any correspondence. Wow. And all my I's were dotted and my T's were crossed. Either way, that's not going to stop me from doing the work that I want to do in the community. But those three things, I would like to see some progress on.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Seeing as how there's no one else, it is now time for council response. Are there any council members that wish to address the public?
Please, somebody say something.
Is there any council member that wishes to, okay, Councilwoman Bidward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the residents who came out to council meeting today. My heart is pleased today. I love this. I asked you all to come out and I see the results, and thank you. Thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for your input. Thank you for coming forward with your concerns, your issues. I know that we have some issues here in the city. And I want to say to Mr. Fields, I did make the motion. The motion was seconded by Mr. Murphy. Yes, for Brunel to have an independent company to come out and test the water of homes right there nearby your house, including your house. And we did pass the resolution, and I don't know, maybe I dropped the ball, but once we pass the resolution, it is up to the administration or whoever to make sure that that resolution is acted upon. So, Davina, I want to put in a referral to get an update on that resolution and what's been going on with that resolution, the status of it. Because that's important. We did that, last year, Mr. Fields came before us. And it's ridiculous that it has not happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the public at this time?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the speakers who spoke. Y'all, I was taking notes while you guys were speaking. I want to speak directly to former Mayor Karen Weaver, because she came up here and she brought up a good point. And thank you for championing the city of Flint for all the work that you have done for the city of Flint. over the years. I appreciate that watching over the years. But I have some concerns that I want to bring up. I would like to do a referral to the clerk, to the clerk, to the law department to see when these consent agreements originated. Did they just start up under this administration, or did it start up under the previous administration? Is these consent agreements that we voting on something that happened now, or was it originated a long time ago? And are we actually signing off on the consent agreement that was originally? What I have a problem with is $100 million came into the city of Flint. Not only $100 million came into the city of Flint, $600 million came into the city of Flint. And as a result of $600 million coming into the city of Flint, look at some of our communities. When you look at some of our communities, and I appreciate the advocacy done for the city of Flint to bring $100 million wind funds and these other donors who
I'm sorry, y'all. There's people, you can't control the audience talking.
To make the image of the city of Flint look good, but as a result of that money coming into the city of Flint, the residents don't have nothing to take to touch the field. Their homes still don't have service. They lines.
Tracy, only at the moment we just got cash out.
And when you go to people's homes, it's some galvanized lines that need to be replaced. So even though you replace the service line on the outside, you never touch the lines in the inside. So when we advocated for some money, we should have been advocating for some money for the residents.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak with public speaking? Madam Councilwoman Waterman. So someone mentioned. Can you pause the time?
For what?
All right, can you start the time, please? Someone mentioned Karen Weaver and traveling all over the world to fight for water. Yeah. She did that on our dime, on the taxpayers' dime. She did that. I'm gonna watch my mouth or what, man.
Watch that.
She's not allowed to come up and speak. She got to speak. I'll get to speak. You're not married anymore. And you're okay.
They about the Montgomery brawl up in here. That's.
I would ask everyone to please take their seats.
Now we knew she was gonna start some mess when she started talking.
There is no.
She called you Rick? Why she call your name out? Are you serious? The police behind me, y'all. Oh, it's another one with a gun. Lord Jesus.
FBI stands for Facebook interview.
You stupid cluck. Flint standing on business. They not. Now y'all know this our last meeting. Let her start her mess.
people send home today.
That's her last day. Let her
She gotta have it
Point of order. Point of order. What's your point? Thank you. I'm bringing our Ethics and Accountability Board member Billy Dancer to order. So, Madam Chair, if you can please get her order, yelling out and singing my ear.
You're not chair.
Ms. Dancer, would you please come to order? Thank you. Please stop yelling out and come to order. Thank you.
You're not chair.
Well, Flint Brawl is. Ain't nobody leaving.
Now she using her now. Oh yeah. You should be summoned a lot of times.
You can't call a recess without a vote. It's illegal to call a recess without a vote. You're violating your own rules.
Try to run and beat her. I just said, she got mad at me. I said, bye. Chief, he ain't no damn good. He the same as she is. She walked into the shit on Friday.
Well, I think Flint done had enough. What happened? Miss Gladys, you gonna get put out.
10 cents or hog either.
Flint done got tied. They done got tied.
Madam Clerk, we are ready to record
don't throw no hat now.
Y'all gonna be bumping hard in Montgomery Broad
All right, I need everyone to have a seat in front of the aisles. Please have a seat in front of the aisles. Thank you. I need the audience to please calm down so that we can continue this meeting. We need to have the audience calm down so that we can continue the meeting, please.
Well, there she goes, her face. Oh, is he hiding? There you go. There you go.
Officer, there's a back corner back there. Excuse me, officer. Officer. There's a corner back there. I need them to please be quiet.
I ain't even saying it. That's Liddell's friend.
We need everyone to come to order so that we can continue our meeting.
Out of order.
You know, we really don't have to sit
So what we're going to have to do, if everyone cannot be quiet because you're being disorderly, we will start to clear the chamber. Sir, this is not Wayne State. Stop yelling out. Officer, could you please get that back corner in order, please?
They ain't even doing nothing. That's the back corner. Ain't nobody back there. No, they called the police over there where Mayor Weaver and Gilchrist and them at. No, she came up here because Eva talking about she spent the money on the city's dime. She was fucking mayor.
All right, Councilwoman
She was
Ward,
advocating for the
please
city.
continue. Thank you. As long as I've been on this council, city council members have been going to Michigan Municipal League conventions. We've gone to Grand Rapids. We have gone across the state. So you're not going to find any wrongdoing, but you can sure reach for money and FOIA and try. But city council members do not have a P card or any credit card. But we do have the right to go and improve our city. And so it doesn't look like the public speaking is going to change anytime soon to a positive event. In a productive city, citizens would rally behind those who are elected and get great things done. But this is not a productive city as in this right here. And I'm very glad to be leaving. On the signs, but thank you for the farewell. Thank you for anyone else who wishes to address the public at this time.
Anybody?
All right, with that said,
He ain't gonna say nothing again.
council response is now closed. We will move on to the consent agenda. I will take a motion about the consent agenda. Councilman Priestley.
Make a motion to send the consent agenda.
Thanks for the motion to consider the consent agenda for council. There's support.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported.
Mickey, it ain't nobody over here but me and you. Why he got a gun? Why him got him gun on him and it ain't nobody over here but me and you?
I don't think there's anything separate. There's only one thing on there.
I know, but we approved this consent agreement.
I got you. Okay.
Without having discussed.
Go ahead and separate that.
So, from what I'm hearing, resolution 240141, has that been dropped?
Yeah.
Resolution 240120, contract with Ernst & Young management of private funds. That all I can separate.
Motion on here, yes. All right, there is no consent agenda. Is there discussion?
Yes. I would like to see.
Councilwoman Priestley. There's been a motion to move 240120 to council. Is there support? Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman Murphy.
So, this Ernst & Young compliance requirement, I have some questions on how they conduct business here in the city of Flint and the amount of money that we are paying and lack thereof transparency that council is receiving or just communication that we receive with Ernst & Young. There's a lot of things that's being brought to our attention that we're waiting on Ernst & Young to approve. Is someone from Ernst & Young here that can speak?
He left.
Can the finance director from come and speak on behalf of Ernst & Young that had to leave?
Here we go, the uniform, the man on the uniform. That's my man right there, you know.
$25, even if it's going to be, it seems like we could have had a representative.
We did a special order.
I know, but we didn't vote on it then. We just did a 10-minute special order.
It was 15 and we had questions.
So, one of the concerns is the food market. One of the concerns that I had is the food market. They said they submitted the application. Ernst & Young said that they didn't receive the total application. They brought the application before the city council. I gave all the colleagues a copy of it. And Ernst & Young, whether they received it or didn't, it was a glitch somewhere. At the end of the day, these people are allowed to advocate for some funding for the food market for a long time. And even if they had some issues with Ernst & Young, or Ernst & Young said that their application wasn't fully submitted and when they was told of it, my thing is, why couldn't they get together and meet to look at this situation, to rectify the situation where their application that they submitted, because at first their application was submitted this time. Then there was applications that wasn't even submitted, but they still received funds. So on one hand, I have a problem that here we giving some money to someone that didn't even put an application in. Someone thought they put the application in, but it was a glitch somewhere or whatever.
Keep trying hard to
provided us
what he
with
said.
a copy
He don't
of
know
the
what the fuck
application.
going on.
Here we done got $94 million.
Where's the
And
money,
we done
man?
gave all these different organizations funding. This store is 90-something% close to being open. And for some reason or another, no one seems to be able to fix this issue. They have changed the council on several occasions. So I don't think at this point in time we need to bring them back down here to tell them what we already heard from them before. But yet it's still, we about to give $738,000 to a compliance firm that I thought was going to have an office inside city council that I thought was going to be more available for us to have communication. What do you think the issue is?
I don't know.
That's part of the program I don't normally work with. They have been working very hard, making sure that everything is in compliance. They have been answering all the questions that my staff and the other staff have asked me. I don't know anything about the market. That's not the area where I'm working, but I can't find out the answers for you about that. I'll talk to I can give you a call tomorrow. I'll get all the details and I'll find out what I can about that.
Do you have a copy of the application that they submitted?
I do not.
Do you look at any of the applications from the ARPA?
I can have access to them. I haven't normally looked at that because that's not part of my normal day-to-day role.
So you don't really look at that?
I don't look at that part of it.
He don't know shit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilwoman from the 5th Ward.
I will not be supporting this resolution to move to council. In fact, I'm going to make an amended motion to have the resolution 240120 contract for Ernst & Young, management of the ARPA funds, to stay in special affairs.
There's a motion, amendment for this contract for Ernst & Young to stay in special affairs. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Yeah, it sounds like my colleague has more questions. I'm sure Councilman Pfeiffer have questions. And I'm just saying, I have not been pleased with Ernst & Young. I'm not impressed. So even if this resolution moves to council, I will not be supporting this
resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
They got their 5 votes. They don't need Quincy no
I have
more.
spoken with Princeton quite on a frequent basis.
I wish you would have told
And
us.
they have been a great resource for this community. We have not used up all of their money. We won't be using up all of their money that we contracted with because they are charging us on a basis, on a cost basis. So depending on how many hours they're here, we get charged. And whatever official who is working, we get charged for their rate. That was per our contract. So they do file our federal reports. They do know the rules and regulations. They do tell us if the organization or the program that we are interested in funding is an eligible expense or not. So I think that they do provide us a very high value service. I don't expect to spend all of $700,000, and I don't think they expect to have that spent, especially as we go forward. So I am in favor of this. I will vote to keep it in special affairs, but we really, I think that this is a service that we can't do ourselves, and we are paying for their expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Bush, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So through you to the finance officer, the chief finance officer. Mr. Chief Finance Officer.
Is Bill still here? Please approach the lectern. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
All right, so
Bring
my
your ass
question
up here.
is,
Bring your ass up here.
when must we have a decision regarding this Ernst Young vote?
I'm just guessing, but I'm thinking it's going to be probably the end of May that we'll need to have a decision.
You said the end of May?
Yeah.
Okay. So based off of the former contract, how much more money do we have left to be used from the former contract?
We're still working on the phone contract.
That mean they ain't done shit.
How much money is left in the former contract?
I don't know the exact amount. I can get that for you. We did not spend it nearly as fast as we had anticipated, and we're still working on the phone contract. I don't know if I'll go.
Can we please pause the time?
For what?
I would ask that the audience please just speak a little bit lower, thank you, so that council members can hear what Mr. Moore is saying. Mr. Moore, will you also please speak into your mic? Thank you. Please start the time.
So you don't have an estimate or ballpark figure of how much money that we are working with right now before we allocate this?
I couldn't give you an honest answer. I'd just be a guess at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time?
Yes.
The feds.
Councilmember, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for my colleague for keep this in special affairs. Here's the problem that I'm having. One of them really, and I don't want Claire McClellan to think that I don't care about them wanting $16 million more dollars, of ARPA funding. I think we can find $16 million more dollars, but I don't think it necessarily got to come from ARPA dollars. I think there's other ways we can look at trying to fund how we pay for fixing people's homes. But the problem that I'm having with this particular firm is that we gave $5 million to Habitat and Metro Community Development to help, and I think another one was G-Card or something, to help with people's homes. I've been getting calls that people was awarded in my ward to get their homes fixed. But when you go to talking about them being able to proceed, when you call Metro Community Development, they saying that they waiting on the city of Flint to get finalized contracts. They waiting on Then the city of Flint said that they're waiting on the compliancy firm. 1 year later, I'm not sure when we approved the funding for $5 million to even get started, and that really ain't gonna touch the service. 5 million ain't gonna touch the service, or 16 million ain't gonna touch the service. So regardless whether we do 5 million or 16 million, there's gonna be more people left out of not being able to get some help with their homes versus people that's gonna get help. 16 million, yeah, it will help, but it ain't gonna touch it, because when you do the math, you got more people needing homes fixed than you got what you need. You need like 100 million or 200 million in order. So what that looks like, that's what we need to be looking at. So I'm willing to have those kind of conversations. But I ain't willing to say, okay, we're going to do 16 million and these people still ain't going to get no money. And they thinking because we gave 16 million, they going to get some money. We gave $5 million and even the people who was awarded still didn't get the money because we got a compliance firm or the city of Flint between one of them two. Somebody ain't telling the truth as far as who they waiting on. Either they waiting on Ernst & Young or they waiting on the city to finalize this contract so Metro Community Development can move forward on fixing people's houses. Habitat and G-Card, and I'm not sure because I haven't really talked to them on what they, but I know I talked to Metro Community Development and they was waiting on Ernst & Young to give the approval from the city of Flint. And we giving them too much money, so I have a problem.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time? Okay. Wait, I'm clerk. Since there is no one else who wishes to speak, this motion is to keep resolution 240120, contract for Ernst & Young management of ARPA funds in special affairs. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Oh, you stopped me
Ms.
Yeah.
Ms. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle. Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing. Yes. Vote is 7 yes, no no. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This resolution stays in special affairs. That is the last item on our agenda. There's a motion to adjourn. There's support.
put everybody out.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
You seen this Beverly going out
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This meeting for special affairs is now adjourned at 7:22 p.m.
You're alive. That's what you signed up for. And we need to be them people that pay in a minute. Winters will be working on getting y'all cups. She's off of just enjoying herself for the last. You ain't doing nothing up here recording. What you doing? What you doing?
I ain't doing nothing.
Not a thing. Because RL.
Come on, Ariel.
Come on.
Go here. Recess with Ariel.
Hello, America.
Talk to the people, RL.
R.L. Mitchell at City Hall, Flint City Hall again.
Yes, sir.
Flintstones, never do. I'm sorry. The third ward, Murphy. Some blind moors. You know the council lady in Ward 2, she had a woman in there, had a roof 6 foot from it falling down, and her grass is growing all over her 7 houses. She had to go to the third ward and get some grass cutters because them boys were playing like the dudes in Africa with marbles, playing marbles with diamonds, don't know the value of a lawnmower.
Right.
And we the people, God peoples.
God's
the one
people.
they call by God's name for humbling themselves since it's Earth Day.
Yes, sir.
She just done the stuff on her own, just told the boys to come over there and cut, and they came over there and cut the grass without Murphy's permission.
Right.
$17,000 lawnmower and stuff. That's just the way they doing with the taxes.
Wait a minute, they put Saver.
Open it up.
Okay, Ariel, we don't go up there. No.
No, let's yeah, like I say, as we speak now, Bell places over there in Africa making the black fight against each other. 40 million people running towards back up in the woods, and they starving as they go. But when they get tired, they're gonna come over in the Middle East, in Jerusalem, and they're gonna say, "What you doing? Let's get it out to them."
Yeah, and hurry.
Well, that was recess. Shouts out.
What'd you say?
I am.
She wrote out. I said she just got the camera on.
You can't reason with crazy. They gonna put everybody. They're gonna put everybody out.
I know.
Everybody gonna have to go.
And I'm like, you ain't cheering this man. Yeah, she did. So people can really see that you. But you go on Montana. She knew she could. She said, and they could.
I don't know. We was trying to figure out, but we couldn't. We can't hear up there. It looked like Mrs. Stanley is trying to reason with Candace. But I don't think that conversation is going to work. Would you like to say something for 810, Mr. Kim? You know what? They gonna put him out. Nope. The feds is here. Nick is the feds. Nick, you work for the feds. I don't care what nobody say. That's the feds right there. Nick is the feds. That's the feds. Yep. Nick got files. He got them FBI files.
But he encouraged everybody.
Papa. Huh? Kermit. Art. That's the man that tried to hang you. Oh, I'm glad y'all was behind me. I thought he was coming up here trying to put his sheet on.
Snake slithering around.
But the hood look like King James put in the Bible. All them changes. The new changes to the rules. It's 18 fucking days. We back here.
Oh yeah, I see that. I got that.
Okay.
I don't think I got the first.
Okay.
See you on Thursday at the Sundown Billboard.
Nick, you work for the feds, don't you? You work for the feds, don't you, Nick?
I know, that's why I keep trying to get more people.
You work for the feds. You work for the feds, Nick. I got my eye on you, Nick. You from the feds. I can spot the police, man. I can spot the police as much as I used to run for him. He never said no, did he? He never said no.
That's the only board that can hold this one.
Oh, what has happened today, Michelle? The city of Flint got fed up, and a hat was about to be tossed across the room at some point. but the hat didn't quite fly. And the chairs was too heavy to start throwing, so the people got signs. They had signs everywhere in here. Oh, Dr. Yes, Dr. Petroni. 810's on Dr. Petroni right here.
Check it out. We got 2 letters. One addressed to Attorney General Dana Nessel. And then we got one right here, Office of Inspector General. And we have signatures. We're still waiting on Gina. But we got signatures from ward members whose council members have been threatened with discipline to remove them from their elected seats. And these are formal complaints signed by residents. So we're going to get this in the mail. It's going to be good. We'll keep you posted.
Thank you, Dr. Padroni.
Thank you.
We're 810 Flint. I'm going to need you to clip that. Somebody tag 810 Flint. Oh, Lord. Humpback, humpback.
Everybody revised it. Tia Harris gave it a 10. She was like,
It's time for this meeting to get going now.
good to see you. Pastor, how are you? Good to speak. You are. Yeah, it's right.
All right, the council meeting is about to start. The time is now 7:33, and the Flint City Council meeting is about to start. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Present.
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present.
Burchett. Present. Ms. Pfeiffer, Schneider. Ms. Worthing. Present. We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll like to know is Ms. Worthing will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For all. For all.
All right, then, that is your first morning with Gladys.
Damn, how she get one for the pledge? She get one for the Pledge of Allegiance. She got a warning. She got a warning for saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right.
She got a warning for the Pledge of Allegiance. Damn. Damn, Gladys.
So before we do so, we want to make sure that we honor those that may have transitioned before us. So anyone have anyone they would like to acknowledge at this time? Anyone they'd like to acknowledge?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to acknowledge all those who passed during the water crisis. I think about Tony Pellegrino, those who were true water warriors.
Miss Gladys got a warning for saying the Pledge of Allegiance too loud.
On behalf of the city that made national rules. So today, I would like to acknowledge all of the known and unknown.
Okay. All right, thank you. So anyone else? All right, so seeing none, we will go ahead and have a moment of silence for those that have lost their lives in the water crisis.
You could care less who lost their lives in the water crisis.
All right. So now we will have our prayer of blessing, and we will ask Ms. Priestley. Ms. Priestley, would you please
Get her, Gladys.
Heavenly Father, we ask you for your blessing. Speak to the devil. And help feel some of the pride that is shown here during Lord in these chambers. Lord, only you can do that. We can't. Lord, we also ask that you put your hand on each and every one of us, residents in the city.
Man, her prayer bouncing off them bricks.
And guide us.
It's bouncing off the bricks. It ain't going nowhere.
That's right.
All right, so
Didn't one word of that go up?
All right, so we're going, Ms. Gladys.
She wants you to pay attention to her, Miss Gladys.
Ms. Gladys, we're going to need for you to lower your voice.
She didn't say
so
that.
we hear you up here. All right, Ms. Gladys. So again, one more, and then you will be warned. So now we are on to the reading of the Disclosure Person City Code subsection.
Yada yada.
Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violated shall be removed from office. So now we are on to the request for changes and or additions to the agenda. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to do a 2-minute talk to allow the council 10 minutes at the end of all of the resolution to discuss the 10 years of the Flint water crisis.
Okay, so you said at the
end of after we finish our resolution.
Okay, so basically none of the final council.
Yes.
Okay, so you did 10 minutes. That will be without the any other changes? All right, so seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and proceed. We have the presentation of minutes. Clerk down here.
those minutes, we could go separately or in person concerning them. But we would just propose summary minutes from the last meeting.
I don't know what she said.
And then council and
This how Davina gonna talk.
two versions with any changes.
Can't hear you.
And then they were already posted on the website, but if you make the motion and we make corrections, then we will post them as final approved minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now there is, Chair entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Ms. Priestley.
I believe that we first consent agenda
All right, we will pass the presentation of minutes within the consent agenda. So now it's time for public speaking. What is it on?
When we do the consent agenda, with any separations.
We're not there.
Oh.
They have to put enough ones out.
All right, so we are moving on to public speaking.
They don't need to no more,
They
baby.
have to put enough ones out before they
don't need them
continue.
You know my name is? You know, like, on this mumble jumble, third word, something. And like I say, hello, council. My name is R.L. Mitchell. And since this is supposed to be so-called Earth Day, if my people who call by my name and humble themselves would hear from out of here, that come from God himself. That was some, I think that's the way it coded. But that's about Murphy with the line over. All they got, people like the school teachers don't want to say the pledge of allegiance to the flag. That's how General Custer got beat up in the United States, lost the first battle with the Indians. Because he didn't want the darky to fight with him. The buffalo soldier. The big nose buffalo, all that. And that's what the school teacher doing. She done went country. PTA meeting, pass the biscuit please, Alabama County, Tallahassee Bridge, and all that stuff. Done gone country. Just like the soul singer that went country of the black woman, she went country too. I don't want to mention her name, but you might get 50 cents on me because you done donated a whole lot of money to Flint on the water crisis. And y'all people, we get all them billions of dollars, and scared to take care of business. And Murphy didn't do it. Like in First Ward, you see what the gentleman did. I know exactly the houses he's talking about. And he let somebody come in there and bought him up in big lump sums and started somebody to do nothing but he just went over there to the First Ward Council and told him and stuff's going to get done. America, stay tuned. And you don't see how we Flint don't take care of business in Flint without you, First Ward Councilman. And because whoever called by God's name, they're going to do certain things like the lady in the second ward. She had to go in Murphy. Our third ward, we get the boys off the line board because they were playing with the line. They had nothing to do. She just went up and told them, come over there and fuck her. And Dr. Lewis, and got the job done. That's what we Flintstones are made out of. And whoever from a jack. I didn't know you was a Christian. Oh my God. This is down here almost. Letting her daughter get jumped off by a school teacher. Nobody, if something on the road, like that, nothing ever happened. But my daughter's grown, she can take care of herself. Put that school teacher over there. Act like black people is adolescent, don't never grow up. And all that. Gonna drag Miss Jackson, gonna drag me out, school teacher. In which country? Down in Tallahassee. Gotta get everybody to PTA meeting. Black women should get pregnant before they get there. Will you? Hurry up. Stop on it. Stay tuned,
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Arthur Wilson.
Let me start by saying this. He was
wasn't here during water crisis, or you was, but you
No,
didn't
she
get
wasn't.
involved in stuff. So you say kick the can down the road.
That's right.
Water crisis and ACO. That's why we're in the situation we're in now. Because they kept kicking can down the road. So that's right. This ACO isn't urgent now. And if you all can put it for the next council meeting so that we can see, the public can see what's in this ACO, it would be highly appreciated.
Yes.
Let me say this. I said something earlier. Mayor Weaver and I used to go back and forth under Mayor Weaver's watch. We knew everything about the water. We knew how the service lines would change. We knew about road restoration. We knew everything. This administration, Mayor Sheldon Emily, does not take these water crisis seriously.
No, he doesn't.
And you all just allow them to get a contract out without even showing the houses or what houses they were going to work on. Because we used to be up here for council meeting, and Mayor Weaver would bring all the houses, addresses up here, and show which houses was service line, excavation, and road restoration. I mean, everything. We saw everything. Under this administration, we don't see nothing. Nothing at all. And then you heard Mr. Fields, man. Cancer is serious here. It's up 550%. People going to the hospital not knowing that they have cancer. Then they diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and they dead within 3 months. This is serious. And people are not paying attention to it, and it's red blood cancer. You want to ask Attorney Kim, you can ask the city administrator, Scott Edwards, can y'all put the ACO on hold until you find out that we can get it, the public can get it, so that it will be transparent.
Yes.
So that we will know what it is that y'all voted on. Are we financially sound to be able to do it? Because the way that Ms. Priestley, Councilwoman Priestley spoke in the newspaper, she making it sound like we're in some serious trouble. Where y'all gonna get the money from to pay for the service lines? Y'all only have $6 million, and it's a whole lot of different things in that. Are y'all gonna take the ARPA funds? Are you gonna use the
Grow is
What are you gonna use to pay for the remaining service
Money,
lines and road restoration? Because under the NRDC lawsuit, you gotta have it done. So where's the money coming from? That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol McIntyre.
I just wanted to say it was really sad to hear people step up and speak about their concerns, talking about losing their life possibly, fighting for their life. Cancer is serious.
Right.
Okay? And unless you don't live in the city of Flint, for you to not be concerned about that, it's questionable. Okay? People are talking death, health scares, high water bills, economic challenges, homes not being repaired, and things of this nature. And all we can seem to get our city council to do is attack the public, disrespect the taxpayers, attack our former mayor who acknowledged the water crisis when we were being told by this present mayor that the water was fresh. Okay? Okay? And you sitting up here like it's no big deal. And people are dying. Kids are ending up in prison that could have been or should have been honor students. And that don't concern you as a public official, and I'll tell you why. Because you're not officially serving the public. We are tired of the city council, the self-serving, thinking they're better than us, talking to us sideways, trying to sick the police on us that we pay. And this is why you are all up for recall. Okay? And it can happen to anybody, but when the community is crying out and constantly coming for you, when you miss that recall and circle back for you, it's a problem. At some point, you're going to have to care about somebody other than yourselves. And I hope it's not when the police is here to take you to jail, because we're not going to be speaking up for you and standing. Don't cry when the law comes. You don't care now, don't care then. Because we're going to keep calling and finding out why a city that has received funds for pipe replacement has not had a complete pipe replacement. Because when Mayor Weaver was in there, pipes was getting replaced. We got new pipes. So whatever was not done when she left is the next guy's responsibility. And some of y'all sitting up there ain't intelligent enough to understand that, because you're too busy being a demon, lying, cheating, stealing, wreaking havoc on your community, being a little smart tail, supposed to be professional, and you're not professional on your day job or your night job. Either. Okay? The disrespect, you ain't gotta be scared, that's what you realize. You ain't gotta be scared. Ain't never be scared of. You're gonna be at the house watching it with us. We getting rid of you with that nasty attitude. You wanna keep disrespecting this community. And you talk all the smack you want when I step down, but we got you already. Put your marketing signs up. You out of here. So text them at the meetings when you get home.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Desiree. Who? All right, Miss Shirley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Shirley Wilson Johnson, and I reside in the 9th Ward.
Miss Shirley. Yes, Lord.
I have been in the 9th Ward for 26 years, and I have never, ever seen my councilwoman on Lakewood Drive. Never, ever. Never, ever. And I wanted to let you know, I was one of those people that signed the petition to recall. And the reason I did that is because for some reason, when you get in office, you forget who put you there. That's right. You should be working for the citizens of your ward. You know what goes on in the first ward? That's not my concern. My concern is the 9th Ward. You did not work for us.
No, she didn't.
No. And you know that.
She knows it. She drawing a free check.
Hopefully, prayerfully, we will have Jonathan. Jared, who's a very intelligent young man that has been going around in the 9th Ward talking to the citizens. He does not spend his time on the street. He goes over the entire ward. And I want to say something else concerning the water crisis. I blame all of you all for not pushing that more. When that crisis started, before anyone said anything, and everybody knows me, how I love my dog. My dog got sick. I took her to the vet. We couldn't figure it out. Then he figured it out. It was the water. I have a bougie dog that drinks only purchased water today. And that should not be. You all should have done more. Push for a resolution. Make sure every pipe in this city was fixed. Whether you had the funds or not, you could have requested more funds. Just so all of you all are to blame for that.
And I don't know how you sleep at night, knowing what you have done to the citizens of the city of Flint. Rest well.
All right.
All right, next public announcement. The next speaker is Ms. E. Taylor.
She gone. She left.
Next speaker is Jan Marie Arthur.
All right, come on, Jan Marie. Get him up.
You know which man. Candy's about going crazy.
Jan Marie Arbor, 7th Ward Council candidate. I first want to speak to the resolution 230466.2, the adoption of the revised council rules. I object to it for the following reasons, as it affects the public speaking. You, first of all, want the public to fill out slips for not only the council, but for the committees. And that has not been the practice, obviously, for quite a long time. And I would like for you to please tell us why you wish for the public to fill out these sheets. And I am asking for answers when you get to public response, or council response. Secondly, Rule 29.4, where you're cutting public speaking from 3 to 2 minutes. I believe it was about 10 years ago, public speaking was 5 minutes. Then it was reduced to 3, and now it's 2. I imagine in another year you're going to try to eliminate it altogether because you don't want to hear truth. The next thing is the objection to cutting the public hearing speakers down from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. It seems as though you're on a fascistic track. You're trying to do away with democracy, and you need to be replaced. Those of you who vote in favor of this. The next thing I would like to speak to is Resolution 240106, as it regards the mandate to disclose conflicts of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint. So, council people, yes, you should disclose everything. Not only should you disclose everything, but you should recuse yourself from voting on anything by which you might benefit. That is just a no-brainer. That's honesty. And that's what we expect in the city, is for our representatives to be honest. The last thing I want to speak to is what I recommended a couple or a few weeks ago with regard to someone on this city council body putting forth a resolution that the city of Flint add to its ARPA portal a link that provides information to the public indicating who has applied for ARPA dollars, received ARPA dollars, how much money they have received, who the contact person is, and what the use of that money will be. Additionally, there needs to be follow-up with those individuals or companies biannually or quarterly. Thank you.
Speaker is Councilwoman Tanya Burns.
Who did that?
Miss Shirley, I want to tell you one of the reasons why your councilwoman isn't attentive. She's busy posting videos of me on her social media. I'm really important to her. So I do want to say this. Councilman Murphy, I did call Ernst & Young, David Drzezinski. There was not a glitch on March 22nd with the food market. 22nd, they closed the portal for them. It was closed. The portal was completely closed June 20th. They're doing, I need to have a phone conversation. It was completely closed. When they got up here and they said it was open back up, I was concerned. I was watching. And at that time, we're opening it up for the market. Let's open it up for everyone who may have had some incomplete items. I spoke to Mr. Zinsky. You need to give him a call one-on-one. I've always done that to get my questions answered. And it's very straightforward. You'll be enlightened. Also, Resolution number 240106, mandate the closure of conflicts of interest in contacts with those benefiting from receiving funds from the City of Flint council members. That was sent up from the mayor, for the mayor's administration. It does also need to include the mayor, because council members are not the only ones who receive checks from Contractor, if we're going to be fair. Furthermore, we need to speak to item number 240143, and the prior resolution that I just spoke to would be Cyrus Park. Cyrus Park is Councilwoman Liddell Lewis's. She incorporated it in August of 2021. She did not disclose that. This will be her second round of payment, which will be $75,000.
What is she doing with it? Nothing.
Not one shingle, not one furnace, not one window has been taken care of for the Flint residents, but she's taking care of herself. It is the most selfish thing I've ever seen, because we are here to serve. This will be the second round before we head off to the island, and I believe that trip is tomorrow, April 23rd, which will be on the taxpayer dollars for the items for the Flint Water Lab that the Flint residents will be paying for, which will be the taxes, the hotel, the airfare, their food, the seminar fee that the residents will be paying for someone else's job. That's just not appropriate. If you need to do it for your job should be picking up that tab. And I believe it's already on the city's peacock, as a matter of fact. So, I don't have enough time, but I look forward to being back, and so does my attorney. Y'all be blessed.
All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. I'm still Doug Matthews, the good government activist on the 7th floor. Tonight I address the critical governance issues in Flint on the actions of the now suspended Tanya Burns, the Ethics and Accountability Board, and the interim ombudsperson. Recent feedback from a former EAB member on the Flint Politics page has underscored deep flaws in the board's operation. According to SERV, she resigned due to a lack of clear guidelines and structure, stating, quote, "There were no guidelines to follow. It was as if you were supposed to decide based on your own opinions. No one," she wrote, quote, "knew what the hell they were
Point of
doing."
order.
Hold with your point.
We have audience members standing behind Mr. Matthews.
Can't stand
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am.
She's black.
Ma'am, we're going to need for you to take a seat.
Damn! Is it because she's African American? She's African American.
Mr. Matthews, please hold.
On August 14, 2023, the city attorney confirmed no laws were violated concerning donations from Africa Capital PAC to certain Flint nonprofits. Despite this, 10 days later, apparently Burns brought an unfounded bribery allegation that she knew was false against council members Dr. Lewis and Quincy Murphy. I was at that meeting. The EAB hastily endorsed her claims, despite flimsy evidence and no due process.
Excuse me, Mr. Matthews, please hold. Ma'am, you are removed from this meeting. You are removed from this meeting. Ma'am, I do know why. Ma'am, you are removed from this meeting.
Let me get in on your lawsuit, Gladys, because you're a white woman. You can sue him and get some money. Make them touch it, Gladys, so you can get some money.
You will be held accountable, liar.
Miss Gladys, I got you.
Let's go that way down the aisle.
Y'all come and get Gladys now. The police is coming this way. We need them to go that way. I can't have these men behind me with guns. It does something to my anxiety. Whoa. See you later, Gladys. All right, tell that man with that gun to go on now. Get Gladys' ass. Get Gladys.
All right, Mr. Matthews, I was at that meeting. The EAB hastily endorsed her claims despite flimsy evidence and no due process, only sheepishly referring them for further investigation when I vehemently objected. Moreover, 2 written requests to obtain updates on the Ashley Capital investigation at the EAB have been ignored. The interim ombudsman's response to my comprehensive FOIA request was equally unsatisfactory, providing only 3 non-responsive documents. She openly admits to shredding public records, which she discriminately calls best practice. Even my 25-page complaint about EAB leadership has been met with silence, despite 3 written demands that at least be acknowledged in its process. Is the EAB a black hole, a political tool for Burns and her crowd, or simply clueless? I urge you all to join me in demanding a restructuring of the Ethics and Accountability Board to establish clear guidelines and accountability mechanisms.
He needs to restructure his hairstyle.
Have to investigate the EAB. As the organization seems to be immune to the self-criticism and openness that ought to be the hallmark of any ethics and accountability board. We must ensure that the board and all aspects of our city government operate transparently and justly, free from manipulation. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. And again, audience, we will not boo. We will make sure that this is a respectful change. You will not boo residents. That's what you want to do, boo residents. So go ahead, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is April Stone.
All right, April. Your turn. Y'all want to speak? April, they say April Stone.
Now go ask him about your son again. She came every week for a damn year, bought her son. Shut up, Rick. It's all put out.
Police, you want to say police?
Thanks for the second board. It's always a lot of issues to talk about. But I'm going to take this moment out and talk to my council person, which I hardly ever do. Then young Lewis in the second ward, I respect him. Sometimes it's real hard, but that each can do.
What do you say?
You've done a pretty good job down on that part.
It's respected, but sometimes it's
But we need some of the cameras we talked about 6 months ago down here in these meetings. They need to be focusing on wisdom because it's an awful lot of trash that gets still in front of that parking. They got beds out there, couches, boxes or whatever. I don't know. It ain't blowing up from across the road. Somebody throwing it down here. And some of them cameras y'all was talking about.
Not Cyrus Park.
We could probably use them over here in the second because it's going to look like Trash Avenue with all this fight that
that's where she stayed
in the park. It's the trash outside the fence of the park. It's pretty bad. So maybe we can come up with a way to get some cameras up there to try to catch who's ever doing this heavy duty stuff, or either bring back the trash can that used to be there. And I'm gonna just go from there. It's nice talking to you.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
Go ahead,
Rich. Rich.
How y'all doing today? While y'all are away on y'all trip, because I think Iowa is one of those Republican cities that help their residents with tax abatement, as far as with their taxes. So if y'all could talk to some of them council people and see what they did to do that. And if that ain't true, when y'all get back, I will give y'all a list of the cities that did help their taxpayers out with that. And I want to put this on y'all mind again. Y'all should have listened to me and stabilize your waterfront. But when y'all get that budget in front of y'all in a couple of days, y'all gonna be like, damn, Rich was right. We in trouble. And y'all could have took $42 million. Y'all acted stupid. We can't we need Ernst & Young. Y'all didn't need no Ernst & Young. All y'all needed was to sit down and write a resolution of what y'all wanted to get done. Just like y'all voted not to give every employee $5,000. The same way Eric May wrote that resolution up, y'all could have wrote one up. And y'all could have got y'all money. But y'all left everybody else out. Now they getting y'all actions. It could have helped the people. And then, because this been going on for years, everybody take care of themselves. It's nothing new.
Right.
That's
but
true.
y'all ain't take care of nobody but yourselves, and that's the problem.
That's true.
That's the problem. And like I said before, when that budget comes in front of y'all, because when you stabilize your water fund, remember on Candace, they came up here a couple of weeks ago talking about they needed 25 employees. They would be happy with just 12 in the water department. If y'all would have had that water fund stabilized, guess what? Could have hired all 25 of them. That problem that we had, Ms. Liddell, when that pump 5 broke, when you had your water fund stabilized, and people wouldn't be all jumping on your back, but they would have had a crew to go out there and clean them babies up. And saddles still coming over. It's a shame that I don't have 2 more minutes and 20-some seconds. Quincy, remember, used to have 5? So you gonna let these people that never been to council meeting before, until they was elected, cut our meetings down to 2? Are you gonna do that? Are you gonna stand up to them? This time that y'all start making people clap for y'all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
Ooh, come on, Miss Kawana.
Hello, I'm Kawana Mack from the 7th Ward. Man, I got so much to say. Like Mr. Richard asked, are you going to let them take our minutes, Mr. Quincy? Or are you going to continue to ride around that Cadillac and get that money? But you know what? And I'll get back on you, Mr. Elevator. Man, you watching. You see what happened out here the other day. You ain't got to be here long to know they full of crap. And you need to stand up. Be your own person. And I know, Liddell, I'm on my friends with me tonight. Oh, you didn't call the police, did you? You ain't let them come get me, did you, Chief Green? But, like I said, man, it ain't nothing personal, but you gotta spread that money around. You hear me? Yeah, I hear you. You should be listening. But I'll get you Wednesday, whatever day. Hey, you know what? Y'all tried to act good while we had company. But you pressed up. You done showed your hand. But they don't let nobody else chatter me. She wanted to put us out tonight, y'all. Ooh, she wanted to get me. Ooh, I think what
Ma'am, please move back and speak at the lectern.
And you gonna make another rule up? Excuse me, people. I got put out last Wednesday, April the 17th, 24, for clapping. For clapping. And then on Tuesday, the lady with the mask. The lady with the mask. I'll be back. You know what? I'm having fun. You hear me? I had so much fun. But you know what? I am going to be laughing when the FBI, Roland Martin, Ricky Smith come down and get you. What you going to do when they come for you?
I'm not going to be encouraged.
The next speaker is Lavelle Barnett. Lavelle Barnett.
Who you say?
Lavelle Barnett.
He left. Damn, I didn't get his number first, too. Thank you.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs.
At least he got no props. That last prop was a mug in there.
Somebody left me phone.
That's Rick.
My name is Beverly Biggs Lee. I'm in the third ward. And it's sad to say that the second ward wanted to be a Dennis Piper. Woodson, she wanted to fight them. I guess she wore tennis shoes tonight to get it on again. But I told y'all, you can't get her with one person. You got the double team on her. One person ain't gonna get her. Even Worthy, bye-bye. I'm so glad this is your last day. Quincy, you had the audacity to say, you know, Beverly Biggs Lee don't never have nothing good to say about me and my colleagues. Ain't nothing good you done did. Can't say nothing good to somebody that ain't did nothing good. What have you did? Marengo Street? Your mother's in the area?
Which end? It's not my end.
Because you haven't did anything good. And you wonder why I bought you Pampers. You need them. Every one of you need Pampers. Adele, Quincy, Judy,
Oh, I started some shit.
Boshak, and Eva. All y'all need Pampers. Because y'all gonna have some shit on y'all at the end of the day. At the end of the year, I give you to the end of the year, y'all gonna have a lot of shit to pick up. And you sit there, I would never knock on the door for Dennis Pfeiffer. And I like knocking on doors, recalling you crazy vibes. That's what y'all are, crazy vibes. And I hope, first Lord, I hope you use your own mind. Don't let these five foolish intimidate you. Because they will. But if you along with them, I'm going to tell you about me. I'm going to get it out and I'm going to recall. And I ain't scared to say it. I ain't scared to do it. I done had flat tires. I done had busted windows. Keep coming. Because every time you bust my window and flatten my tires, God bless me with mom.
There you go.
So you can't touch me from head to toe. And I don't need none of y'all to pray for me. Because y'all praying, I don't even get up when it's time to pray when y'all do y'all prayers. Pledge allegiance. Ain't no pledge allegiance with you five. Y'all have a good day.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Oh,
bumped into me. Several people have seen her when she bumped my phone just a few minutes ago, reported it to Chief Green, and he didn't say nothing. He said he didn't see it. She want to keep doing it. But Liddell, when is you going to learn that reporting me to the school board and getting me removed from the library board? When are you going to learn that when you keep trying to report me to the brothers in the Nation of Islam, it still don't hurt me? I'm going to still keep coming back to the city council. I'm going to still stay on you. Miss Beverly, just know that those petitions for to recall her is going into action this week. We want to wait to make sure it carried through Juneteenth so that all the people that show up to the Juneteenth got it. You think you own Service Park? So many people want to say that. She don't own Service Park. Call down to keep the Genesee County parks beautiful, and they'll tell you that the park has not been cleaned. They'll tell you that they can have as many park adopters as they want. I got the paper sitting in my car right now because they want me to be a park adopter because the park is not being kept clean. I just talked to them down there. So let's review it. So what is the $75,000 that she's getting in her hand for Service Park Neighborhood Association for? It's not for the park, because guess what? The county gives you everything you need to clean up the park. They provide the money because they want to get the fence taken down. They do all of that. So while you sit there with your smirk on, I can sit here with my smirk on and say, baby girl, it didn't work. You kept writing letters. I'm not the only one you write letters on, but it still ain't working. You're not getting nobody removed from their positions, but we're going to get you behind right up out from where you're at. The people in the second ward, the new and the old, are calling us and blowing up our phones. They said, can we still sign the petition? Even if the signature ain't no good. I said, you can still sign it, even though it won't count. She needs to know how many people don't want her here. So we should probably end my meeting. I got a second or two. I got a second or two to play this way. Hold on. Let's go ahead, because I got my time. I can stand here and just sit quiet if I choose to. We got a few seconds. And I'm going to take my time. Even if I stand here quiet, you better pray that it don't come up like I wanted to.
They trying to close the door. She's sitting right there.
Let me just keep on going. Because when I roll up out of here, we can roll up out of here like we want to. But if it don't come up, we ain't worried about it. Because guess what? We can play it loud and clear. And I'm going to play it all the way back to my seat. Maybe let me take it off. That's okay.
That's what you're going to have to do.
That's okay, because she called everybody janky. Y'all know y'all kids janky, but she the one janky.
Davina running back because they can't close the door. They closed the door. Violation of the Open Meetings Act. They can't close that door. Davina was running back there. They can't close that door. You can't close that door. The police.
Hey, don't know the rules.
The police don't know the rules. That water bottle make it go. You can't lock nobody in and lock nobody out. You see, the policeman don't know the rules. Davina got seen real quick.
So he closed the doors. He knows it's against a violation. Against Sergeant Villarreal. Who shut the door? Orange shirt. He the one that shut it. One in the orange shirt. He the one that shut it. She said it was him.
He did it, but they told him.
Well, him and Kim both. He do know the rules. He's like, no, he know the rules. Villarreal know the rules. Don't make him be innocent. He's guilty too.
What year was that, Miss Stone, your son passed away?
People that get in the file and become a permanent member of Sergeant Club.
One told me, he said, Miss Knight, he said, the police told us if we say we did it, we get
Right, I'm watching him. I'm watching the.
It's like
I'm watching.
Davina got to go back and say no, because Davina knows she's going to be in trouble if they need endorsement. But so what? They told me he'll be in trouble by himself. He don't have to close it. Why didn't Attorney
You came every week. Every week. You sure did.
Then I went to court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was finna give a brief on what's going on over here. Attorney Kim then shut the door, which is a violation of Open Meetings Act. And Judy Priestley told him to do it. They are well aware that that is a violation of Open Meetings Act.
They got to huddle up here, and now they're up here huddling about it.
So now they're trying to see what they can plot up on. The three snakes, look at them, trying to plan to throw residents out. Yeah. Now they're trying to plot how they can throw the residents out. Miss Pac-Man over there breaking the law. What she say?
She said hello. Now we can't see no but that part at the top of her head.
Oh, she done ducked down. Miss Pac-Man said hello. That be showing. They just doing what they want to do, don't they? Freestyle Flint City Council. Call this meeting the Freestyle Flint City Council.
We need the ethics board. No.
They ain't gonna do nothing but run us over. You see that's gonna throw Billy out. They tried to throw Billy Dansler out. She's a member of the Ethics and Accountability Board.
How was that? Yeah. Making stuff for y'all. He got an answer.
Because I'm late.
Don't talk about no Android.
He got an Android.
I ain't got time for this shit. Fucking with my nerves.
Oh my God. We gotta report the news.
Man, when you ain't got no control, when you the police chief and you ain't get no respect.
Where's the police chief? Oh, that Chief Green's in there chilling.
Why do you think they wanted to close the door? They're gonna round us all up. Right. That's the meeting over there.
What about the meeting?
They haven't won.
We'll have a meeting with us.
That's a violation right there. They can't do that. That's one right there, and that's one back there. The same law.
Look at him. She's so happy. It ain't nothing look back yet.
Thinking I was doomed the whole time. That's a woman.
She's taking pictures of us. She's taking pictures of
I just said that's what
they still closing up. Oh, they closing the door.
So they can close it.
No, they looking on at the rules. They try. Why do they want it closed? Let them. Yeah, they just keep the picture. They took our picture.
If our picture show up on the Independence page, we know it was Liddell. Liddell took our picture, and if our picture show up on Linda Pendleton page, Liddell did it. They got a whole damn meeting up there. A whole damn meeting.
Because they can't close their doors. They can't close their door. Everybody on the other side of that door is in jeopardy of open meetings. And then everybody on this side, they impeding us. They keep us up in here.
FBI.
But they said they ain't breaking quorum until.
I'm saying no. They have a separate meeting. That's not all them is meeting.
Oh yeah, they having a meeting up there.
I think that 3 of them can't meet.
Lord have mercy. Look at all of them meetings.
Yeah, 3 of them can't meet.
Everybody else can look at back.
If I lose this election, I'm going to law school. That's what I'm doing.
And the plot for the city is there.
That's what I'm doing.
Get your moose coffee in.
They want these people to leave like they did the last time. Well, nobody here but y'all. And they brought up their water tank and all that stuff. And nobody here know about it. As long as they in there. They ain't passed the rules yet.
They done put the picture on it. How many meetings they got after this one?
They keep outdoing themselves. We think it can't be worse. It can't be more of a dumpster fire, but they bring it. You got to give that to them. They bring it every time.
I like how they just having these meetings. They break all type of open meetings.
Oh yeah, they're insane. Rules are beside them.
This is crazy.
They said this meeting goes. You gotta join us on Facebook.
Well, you know me, we got to do this, don't you? Create all this chaos.
So the people move so they can pass all these resolutions, pass all this money.
Yeah.
Because they got a lot of money to give away tonight. Miss Glass.
He must have kicked her leg or something.
Who
He
did?
called a police officer when he shut that door.
Wow.
Whose leg? Whose leg did you kick?
The young lady. Now he ass in trouble. Now he looking scared.
Why they couldn't have been us? They did.
Should go interview her.
Now the police done hit the lady leg, closing the door, allegedly. Our 810 correspondent Lottie going to find out. He kicked her. Oh, they kicking people now.
The one in the orange Villarreal kicked that woman right there with the flag shirt on. She got a bruise on her leg. She went to Chief Green and showed Chief Green, and Chief Green won't take no report. She should report him and Chief Green.
Damn. He kicked
her to move it, close the door. Told her to move it. He kicked her. He kicked her. He kicked her. He kicked her.
So now they kicking residents.
He kicked her. He can walk around.
Now, why he going? Now he back there scared.
Okay, I got it. He shut the
Yeah, I
door.
said it to you. You
He shut the door on her leg. And she tried to file a complaint with the other officers, and they won't take a complaint from her.
They won't take her complaint. They gotta take a complaint.
The other officers was there, so I guess the chief.
8:35, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
All right, now we kicking folks. Next is gonna be the water hose. They already had the dogs downstairs, Stephanie. We already had the dogs.
I'll be leaving this meeting. We cannot bring a meeting back to order after at ease. They are using the phrase at ease for wrong context.
Point of order. Excuse me, Ms. Whitaker, thank you. Please proceed. We're in the middle of the roll call. We're in the middle of the roll call. Absolutely. Proceed.
Present.
I hope she ain't take my picture.
Ms. Morgan?
She don't know what it is because she too busy taking pictures.
All right, we have 6 members present, and we want to make sure that the audience is in order as we proceed with the meeting. We want to make sure to keep the volume down. Thank you so much. All right, so we are still in the middle of public speaking. Madam Clerk. Ma'am, yes, good morning. Ma'am, you need us, officer, that's your morning, you need to go. Ma'am, 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 you need to go. Thank you. All right, thank you very kindly. Madam Clerk, next public speaker, please. Aria, listen now. You're being brought to order, Aria. Roll. All right, proceed.
So, I think that
It's fitting for me to quote Dr. King. Oh, I just said I think it's fitting for me to quote Dr. King tonight on someone's last day that liked to quote Dr. King. When justice rolls down like a mighty stream. Justice is here tonight. The spirit of Eric Mays is here tonight. The spirit of all of our forefathers that fought for justice in our community, in the city of Flint specifically, but also the state of Michigan, and these here, our United States of America, are here tonight. This is a demonstration for you all. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter has left the service. She said she couldn't, because this is not a legal meeting. There are so many violations that you all do on a daily basis that it is utterly ridiculous. If I had an exorbitant amount of money, I would hire an attorney because he could make, or she could make a hell of a money suing the pants off of the city of Flint because of the actions of the city council and the administration. We the people, 10 years later, wondering when will our pipes be fixed. We demand a full account of what pipes and restoration are left, an account of what funding is left to complete, and a timeline for them to be fixed. We demand a release of the administrative consent order. That's the only one I'm going to get to right now, because the other thing I want to say is that one day, just like maybe a few short years ago, you were on this side of the podium. One day you will be on the other side again. Some of you sooner than others. Some of you sooner than others. And so I just want to remind you that there is a level of respect that you should have for the people that come before you. You should not weaponize the police. You should not stand down on anyone calling anyone a dumb bitch in these here chambers. Your police are in violation. I don't know that you cannot take a police report. That's utterly ridiculous. And your police chief is sitting back there. Where do we live? You all are ridiculous. The city is ridiculous, and I know my time is up.
All right. So next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Chester Coburn. Chester Coburn.
I guess he said no.
The final speaker is Stacey Givens.
I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to say that I am AC Givens. And I just want to say that
That's right, new meeting. It's a new meeting.
this is an open meeting. The doors must be open. If somebody comes in the hall and they see the door closed, therefore they'll say the meeting is closed. That's the reason for the open door, physically open door.
Go look it up.
And you can't pay attention to Kim. Because Kim gave y'all so much bad advice. He's going to he's causing this city to be sued. But what I want to get up and conclude was about the trip that Michelle and Lewis are taking on the taxpayers' dollars. We don't need a water lab to test our water. We have Eagle and the state and the federal government that's out there in the water plant that tests our water. And so, yes, I did file a FOIA. About asking for all the credit cards I've been used for the last 3 years. the P card, to see the receipts, see what they were used for, who used them.
Damn, they come up from Miss Gladys again.
She
said they was coming for her ass again.
Reimbursed.
No, I wasn't. I was kicked out for the
Mr.
meeting. This is a
Dillon,
new
please
meeting.
hold.
This is a new meeting. I am not kicked out.
Ma'am, you are kicked out. You received your 2 warnings. You're out. Thank you, officer. The council will stand at ease until she's removed from the meeting.
Well, we're going to be at ease a long time because Miss Gladys said she didn't leave.
It's a new meeting.
No, ma'am. You received 2 warnings. One at the beginning and then the second warning. Thank you. Please remove yourself. According to the Civil Procedure Code subsection, if someone proceeds to violate, they may be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor.
Yeah, she's supposed to.
No, ma'am.
It's a new meeting. I have every right to be here.
They changed the rules, Miss.
Yeah, but they changed the rule.
She got put out the other meeting. She didn't put it out.
Madam Clerk, is that the last meeting? Okay, thank you. All right, so that concludes public speaking. Now it's time for council response. Excuse me, so let's get a reminder. For a council meeting, you must submit a slip. The clerk will get the slips. She reads the slips like she's been doing for the last few years. And then we're proceeding with the meeting. She said that Mr. Dillon is the last speaker, so therefore we're moving on to council comments. If anyone in this body would like to respond to the public?
Ain't nobody gonna say that.
This is the Flint City Council meeting.
I'm good.
According to the Flint City Code subsection, any person that prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting this meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Gladys should be removed from the meeting so we can proceed with the meeting. According to our rules, the City Code subsection, after 1 warning, you may be subject to arrest for not leaving the meeting.
She keep calling arrest like she wanted to be arrested. You know what I mean?
That's a dumb one.
She caused a disturbance during the meeting every time.
She don't
This
even
is
have
all
to get
by
involved.
design. They got a lot of money to move.
I know. I'm talking about the deal caused a disturbance, not the people. Disturbance.
I'm so glad I ain't got to look at Jalen on the
Selma 19, what?
1963, Selma, Alabama.
That's what it's like. They could bring dogs and shit up in here shortly.
We still got 2 minutes left. No, I thought this was a big meeting.
That's because Liddell them on our page, so if y'all talking about them, they report now.
All right, so
no
we'll
comment.
go ahead and proceed. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Doing the same, too.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I don't understand why they still haven't left the building. They need to leave.
You don't have to leave the building. You don't got to leave the building.
She ain't got to leave the building, fool.
Now let you get half.
They'll just continue to they should not be here at all. They should leave the building.
Girl, you leaving today, just be quiet.
For real.
Point of order taken.
Do something.
So now she has left the chambers. We can proceed. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
I'm glad it's still.
This is a class.
Yes. I mean, you know.
These are all the mayor's people up here.
All right, we have 6 members present. So from now we're on council response. Any council member would like to respond to the public?
Yes, I will.
Quincy.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. I want to respond to Beverly Biggs. A couple of things. The first one is the first one I want to respond to. She keeps coming to the podium and she keeps telling the public that I go down there on Ringo Street and mow my mother grass. My mother do have a beautiful yard, been nice for years. My mother has done put a lot of work into that kind of yard to make her yard look good. And my sister done what she done on the other side, and my brother. I don't have a problem going to cut my mother grass if she want me to cut her grass. She never asked me to cut her grass, and I thank God for my sister and brother for cutting my mother grass and the work that they have done over the years. And what I will ask Beverly to do while you are here talking about Quincy mowing grass down there by my sister or by my mother on Marengo, if you see me out there mowing grass, why don't you just stop and take a picture so you can have receipts and facts, because you keep coming up here to this podium saying stuff that's not true. And it's very unfortunate that when she keep coming up here, and I'm doing my best, because I know a lot of people watching, for me to keep my composure. She has made personal attacks. She done called my job to try to get me fired. When I went to work, they talked with me about all the different...
Point of order!
Damn, let him finish.
Go ahead.
We have audience members like running around and stuff. They need to remain seated.
That's petty.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Let's not be a distraction.
Distracted who?
So, proceed, Ms. Warren.
So, I just think it's important that when we hit the podium, we put factual information out there. And I don't have a problem. If my mother needs me to come and do something, I will go cut her grass. But if you go say I'm doing something, make sure you know what you're talking about while you're going out here knocking on doors, making false accusations about me in order to get people to sign a petition.
All right. Anyone else like to respond to the public? Anyone else like to respond to the public?
And nobody else.
All right. Seeing that there is no one else to respond, I will go ahead. So just want to make sure that we remember that we have the quorum in the chambers. In addition to, I happily would like to invite everyone to come out to Sardis Park. We're going to have a collaboration with the Genwell Group. They are having a Juneteenth kickoff. So it's going to be free food, family fun, and a lot of great things. A lot of the park adopters, they are taking part in making sure everything is nice and neat. And that
Free.
oh, it's totally free.
We already paid for it.
And so, and so it's totally free. And we would like to also encourage individuals to please drive by and take a look at the efforts, the beautification efforts that have been made with Sargent Park. A lot of raking, a lot of cleaning. Moreover, take a look at the lot that the neighborhood engagement hub serves as a fiduciary to help us clean up that dump site. Tires, glass, and stuff, so we can definitely give the Second Ward residents a better place to live and call home. So I'm looking forward to that. So as soon as we and as well, I am definitely looking forward to presenting information on a high level. That's what council people do. We have a budget set aside for conferences, and I'm proud to go and present and show the people at this neighborhood sustainability conference the great thing that the city of Flint is doing. Ma'am, that's your morning. All right. So with that being said, we are going ahead and we will move on to council to the consent agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Christian.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Everything.
No separation?
Yeah, the same thing. Go ahead. Any separation?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to separate 230466.2.
I didn't hear.
230466.2.
The rules.
466.2.
What about the ATM?
What about the Service Park money?
Nobody addressed it. Yeah, I know. What about? They don't never address stuff like that. They always address personal attacks.
Any more separation?
They didn't even say they were going to look trying to help with the
Excuse me, Mr. You're too loud. So you're being brought to order. I think you're hearing conversation up here. So, anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
I would like to separate Sorry. Eight.
Let me see if she passed it. That was the first.
240144 administration consent order for the city of Flint State of
Oh, Quincy said
What's that?
that's the Art was talking about feet.
Oh, be some problems.
This is separate 240129. Says grant acceptance of reimbursed philanthropy support for youth realignment project.
See? What you talking about? I know. Shut up, I need 15 minutes.
I know you better separate that one. You better separate that one right there. Conflict of interest. You better separate that one.
106 on page 4.
keep it separated.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, we have that, and okay, got it. All right, anyone got questions? All right, then, so seeing none, the consent agenda will pass with the exception of Resolution 230-466.2, 240-106, 240-129, and 240-1. And 240-144. So that includes separations. So with that being said, we will vote on the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can I just add that 240120 and 240141 were not moved to special affairs.
So I didn't hear it.
240120 and 240141 are also not included in that consent agenda because they didn't meet special affairs. Just want to make that clear.
All right, so you said, yeah, so 240-110.
She get her $25,000.
Yep, and then 240-141.
She get her $25,000.
Okay, so thank you for stating that for the record. Okay, go ahead and roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alvaro?
Yes.
Who can?
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
She just did.
Yes. I'm sure where Councilman did that. And he was a friend of the person getting the funds. The feds gave him
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. So now we will go to the first resolution that was separated.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve 230466.2.
All right, motion on the floor to approve resolution 230466.2. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Worthing. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Is that
Me.
okay? Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
I am very excited to be part of the vote for this as one of my last things to do. Cleaning up these rules will help us be able to govern more smoothly. No one wants to be in a meeting until 2 a.m. Well, some do, but it's for various reasons. We just want to get the business done. Most of us have done our homework. We discussed and contacted staff members ahead of time, and we know how we're going to vote, and that's how it should be. In other municipalities, they already know how they're going to vote, not because they've met in groups or anything like that, but they've done their homework, which that is the basics of governance. Read your agenda, decide yay or nay. If you're still undecided, you have a few questions at the meeting, and then vote. That is the norm. Unfortunately, Flint has become a laughingstock, and honestly, it makes me very sad for Flint. But with these rules, I do hope that we're able to move forward. Flint deserves better. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else would like to speak? First part?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
the reason I separated this is because I don't recall we approved this come under with stuff that they were supposed to change. I'm looking into the things that are not changed.
They said they was going to pass it to council to move it back to governmental affairs with these rules. You remember that, Art Kermit? They passed them to council to move it back to governmental affairs.
It's supposed to be placed in committee.
Yeah.
Not, and it still says on the agenda. And we asked the city attorney to change that.
Yeah, I believe that the changes that this body voted on in committee on Wednesday are included in the actual resolution of point 2 that should be in your packets. Changes haven't been made to the final rules document because the body could decide to make additional changes. So we wait till you have the final resolution listing all of the changes to be presented. Yeah, the point 2 that resolution of the package should include all of the changes that the body approved at that awesome Wednesday. Basically, with any other potential additions, I'll take those and incorporate those into the final key document to have the being posted.
Okay. And they're all there.
I gave him 2 suggestions because I was like, oh, we have to change that one, we have to fix that other one too.
So I want to make sure that we are on the same page. So I see that we have 2 additions in our packet. One packet is page 1 to 18, and the other packet is where is this?
So remember when I said what she's we might as well fix this point 1.
The point 1.
Yes, and only point 0 is on here, but point 1 is not on here. Matter shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the city council by action of the city council president or any presiding chair of any committee of the council. That, and I said that should still say at the request of the mayor, not or by the mayor. That should still say at the request of the mayor. Right, 6.10 is changed, but 6.1 is not.
All right, so I want to make sure that we're on the same page. So we are on the clean version, right?
I'm looking at the one with the red line. So page 6 of 18 on the one with the red line. This was 6.1.
Okay, and we should be referring to the one with the red line?
That's the last one we did.
Okay, because I thought that, okay, so that's the last one that we did, the one with the red line.
Right.
So the one in front of it, this is not the clean copy.
I just need 6.1 to go back to at the request of the mayor and not by the mayor. Which is matter shall be placed on the agenda of any meeting of the city council by action of the council president or any presiding chairperson or any committee of the council. And then for some reason somebody changed it to or by the mayor as instead of leaving it at the request of.
Okay. So technically, so you want to switch it to by to?
No, it needs to go back to what it was at the request of.
You need to make a motion.
Okay. All right, so go ahead and make a motion for that change for this specific rule.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we change that 6.1 to back to at the request of the mayor and not by the mayor.
Support.
All right, so it has been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Priest. You got to you first, Mr. Ellery. And we will go ahead and have any discussion. First round. Any discussion? Second round. All right. So we will go ahead and vote on changing, well, amending, resolution 6.10. Oh, is it 6.1? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I do now. All right, so there's been a motion on the floor. There's been a motion on the floor to amend Rule 6.1. All right, so roll call, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Ms. Morgan.
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Rule 6 yes, 0 no.
Right, the vote is 6 yes, 0 no. So Rule 6.1 has been amended. So just through you to the attorney, we don't have to make this a .3, do we? Okay, Chief, okay, all right, fine. All right, so at the request of the mayor, I want to make sure that that's documented.
That's 6.1.
All right, thank you. All right, any other?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So on Rule 29.4, members of the public shall have no more than, I'm not sure, did that change to 3? Because I know you guys moved it from 2 and I requested that we move it to 3 minutes, back to 3 minutes. Yes, so. Is it back to 3? Is that the 3 minutes? Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm fine.
All right, any more? All right. So with that being said, it looks like we will be voting to pass resolution 230466.2. Roll call, Madam, and that is the revision to the council rules. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Ms. Morgan.
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Rule 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That passes. So now we're on to resolution 240106, the pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve 240106.
All right, motion on the floor to approve 240106. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
This mandated disclosure of conflict of interest and contact with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint, Flint City Council members, but we also have other elected officials or appointees that serve on boards, such as the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Planning Commission, the Community Development Block Grant Citywide Advisory, the Mayor's Office. We have other appointees that may could benefit off of voting yes for a project or something. So I don't have a problem with this resolution because it got city council, which is already in our charter. I just have a problem that it don't include more than just city council in this. So if this had other people in it, I would support it. But because it don't, I just can't support this for city council and not support it with other people, because when these big major projects come to the city of Flint, they gotta get zoning changes, zoning permits, they gotta go before the planning board, and some of these people that sit on these boards is also over these developments that's coming to the city of Flint. So I just want to make sure that we fair across the board. So, in good spirit, I think that if we send this back to work on this a little bit, I will be more comfortable versus it just being, it's almost like it's tired.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
It's going to affect my vote. Should we just amend it here rather than send it back? Is that possible?
Yes, you can do that. I mean, if you guys want to do that, we can do that here. I would like to make a motion to add mandated disclosure of conflict of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving
from the city of Flint City Council members. Do we need to name the boards or just say other board members? I don't know how you guys want to do that.
Point of information. Who do you find? Yeah, thank you. Request for information.
You got the planning commission that approves major projects. So you have the zoning board. You got the zoning board of appeals. You have people that serve on the board that also is over some of these nonprofit organizations that are developers that is getting millions of dollars to develop, and they also sit on the board. I think you got somebody on the economic development board. I'm just not sure. I don't know. I can't look at the name, but I just know we got people that sits on these boards that can make major decisions on what happens in different areas versus other areas. So I just want us to be fair. It's not that I'm against this, I just think we need to include everybody.
So, Mr. Murphy, so are you looking at saying Flint City Council members, commissioners, and City of Flint employees?
Officials?
Because those that serve, they are considered commissioners.
Say elected officials, commissioners, and or employees.
So elected officials, appointed officials, and appointees?
Because I almost think you could take council members off and just put elected officials.
Now wait a minute,
You can strike city council members and say elected officials, commissioners, and any employees, and I think that would cover.
When we're saying any employees, like how deep is that when you say that?
Any city official employee.
You can see a Flint employee?
Yeah.
So, we have a lot of employees. Sorry for the request for information. You know, we have a lot of employees, so we kind of got to be specific, or this is going to be a broad overreach to where somebody that's.
I think it should be general because we don't want to. We don't know what employee may have a side gig, contract, and maybe bid on the project.
See, Judy said she's not voting on it.
That's really broad.
I don't know. I mean, y'all tell me what y'all think.
No, man, stick to your guns.
Junior members or non-union members, I don't know. Contractors, I just. Through you to the city attorney, you hear what we're trying to get to. What would be your recommendations and what we can put in here to make it cover that's legal that you think we should?
At the risk of trying kind of more of a policy recommendation here, it sounds like we're trying to, I guess, broaden the scope of how this works. To a large extent, these disclosures that are required are generally required by city employees generally, and we're prohibited from, for example, city employees are prohibited from receiving gifts, flat out, with the exception of, I think, meals is the extent of it.
They just said receiving gifts. Did they just receive gifts?
Yeah, to the extent that there's any disclosure requirements required for staff, those are going to apply regardless. As I read the thrust of this resolution is to require that disclosure of potential conflicts or potential interaction on the record when a matter is being discussed, and I guess staff and administration don't have the right to speak and debate the way that council members do.
All right.
I'm lost.
Anyone else would like to speak? Ladies and
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Chris.
You know what I'm concerned about amending this now at council
No, she
is
don't want to do it.
that we're not really able to think it out and through and get the information like Lewis said, our city attorney, I think that we can pass it and then look at adding others to another resolution, or we can just let it go. I'm ambivalent one way or the other towards it. But, so, since the city employees have requirements per the city attorney, putting them on there is something different. And then I'm concerned about maybe our not zoning board of appeals, but building, what is that?
Keep telling y'all, Judy part of the corruption.
The building code appeals. Some of these are professionals that do plumbing, they do construction, and if that hinders their ability to make a living and to be appointed to that board, then we're having trouble with that. So I'm kind of ambivalent to it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? First one?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
So as I said before, regardless of whatever rhetoric is being spread, because I have nothing to hide, I'm all for this. Because I've been nothing but transparent about what I do for a living. And so my thing with this is, whether we pass this now as is, with it just saying city council, I'm fine with that, because again, there's nothing to hide. Whether you pass it and it's just a broad overreach that is concerning to me. I get that you might want to add all elected officials, and I see exactly what you're saying with that, and I don't have a problem with if we add all elected officials. I'm fine with that. If this comes back before us, if we vote this through, and then this comes back where we add all elected officials or whatever has to happen, I'm fine with that, because we all need to be transparent. So it doesn't matter. Do not yell out. I'm talking to you.
Oh, she gonna go back and forth without hell.
And so either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, so we vote for this now, and we say bring something back up where it covers all elected, and you can kind of figure out whomever else you want added, or them to have a resolution as well. That's fine with me too. I'm willing to support that as well.
I can't wait till she goes.
Me too.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to suggest we Councilman Murphy had said about adding the word return elected officials, which makes it kind of broad, and then as we may bring it back, we can work on if we need to add some other things on it. So I would support that.
What is he saying?
Elected official in place of councilman, and make it kind of broad.
Oh, okay. Elected official, make sure you write that down. All right, so is that enough, Michelle?
Yes.
All right. So I will even take my time. If we don't refer to the resolution, it says section 162B, the Flint Charter mandates service voted by public servants. And then it also says that section 1 and 142 Flint City Code ordinance also mandates that every officer. So when it says public servants, it sounds as if that's covering elected officials as well as appointed officials by saying public servants. So you're serving the public. And that also sounds like that covers the city of Flint employees as well, because they're all public servants. So the term public servants is like an umbrella term that encompasses elected, appointed, as well as employee. And this is according to the resolution of 240106. Doesn't have a page number, so I can't direct it to the page number. But I do know that it's right after the list. And it looks like this. So I will go ahead and ask the attorney, is that accurate? What I'm reading and how I'm interpreting this right here?
Actually, don't have a copy of the resolution in front of me, so let me call it up.
So as we wait for you, Attorney, speaking with Mr. Murphy, he said that we probably make sense to strike city council and replace that with public servants.
Public servants would cover basically, using the same definitions in the charter, would cover everybody. Elected officials, staff, appointees to boards and commissions, volunteers.
Okay. So with that being said, do we have to touch this resolution? Since it's already spelled out for everyone. All right, so I heard a yes. Okay, not a problem. All right, so I'll go ahead and relinquish the floor for the second time. Let's go ahead and move on to the second round.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
So I think we should strike city council and add public service there. So I'll make a motion that we strike city council and add public servants in the, where they have city council. Resolution.
Okay.
So receiving funds from the city of Flint city council members, I want to strike Flint city council members and put public servants. And that's my motion.
All right. So there has been a motion on the floor.
Support.
Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm clear first.
You looking for the resolution?
Okay, yeah. So okay. Let's still looking for it. Okay. Yeah, I have it. Sure it did.
No.
All right. So this is for the sake of what we're doing. So we have a descriptive paragraph here, and it sounds like my colleague would like to change the paragraph, but the paragraph is not the resolution. The resolution says public. Okay, go ahead. Did you get it?
Oh, yeah, the resolution don't even say that.
Right.
The resolution mandated disclosure of conflicts of interest and contacts with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint. But on this resolution, hey, Murphy, speak in the mic, man. It says that mandated. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So on the resolution, it says resolution mandated disclosure of conflict of interest and contact with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint. But on the agenda, it says mandated disclosure of conflict of interest and contact with those benefiting from or receiving funds from the city of Flint city council members. So which one is right and which one is wrong? Through you two debating. Boy, debating. Could you explain to us why these are different?
I'm sorry, what is different?
Yes, this resolution 240106.
No, I mean, I haven't got one. What is different?
All right, so Mr. All right, so go ahead, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering what is different?
Okay, so this is what I'm gathering, if you don't mind, Mr. Murphy. When we go down to the resolution, where it says be it resolved that any council member, we just need to strike that council member in this resolution. I went past the descriptive paragraph, so we're directing the resolution. Yeah, that any public servant who has a conflict of interest, and then be it further resolved that that public servants should only disclose, and then be it further resolved that a public servant shall. So this striking council members in the resolution will definitely get us what we're trying to do.
Okay. So I would like to amend my motion to strike in the resolution where it says be it resolved that any council member can put public service, where in all places the first one that say be it resolved, strike that one, the second one, strike that one, the third one, strike that one. It's the three be it resolved. So that's my amended motion.
All right, so we have an amended motion to replace council member with public service. Any support?
Support.
Support from the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Second round. All right, so now we're about to vote to amend resolution 240106.1, and that will consist of replacing council member with public servant. So roll call by the clerk.
No.
Nope. I told you. No.
Even don't know where we at.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, so that amendment fails.
Them lashes I got on the top.
All right, so it's a pleasure of the body.
My lashes popping out. My lashes popping.
Go ahead.
Are we back on?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 240106.
All right, the motion on the floor to approve resolution 240106.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
that's an appropriate motion because the motion was already made.
Right. They don't know the rules.
So we're going back to the original order.
So I believe we're in the second round of
Who fought this meeting? Tiny gone, Eric gone, Jerry gone, Dennis gone.
I'm going to vote against it. I've read it more thoroughly, and I'm just going to.
Anyone else like to discuss?
Hell no, she ain't trying to get that.
What request for information?
The people in the back room.
Somebody called me.
Hey,
I just need you to,
they know
I
they need
know you
Carter
were
to cookie
saying,
jar. She ain't
you
gonna
read it more
fuck
thoroughly, but
Quincy.
My objection is the second be it further resolved that council members shall orally disclose during debate on an ordinance or resolution before city council any contacts or communications, oral or written, with any entity or persons, blah, 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 that receive a direct benefit from the matter before the council. Because, we talk to people.
Yeah, she got some
And
money.
I don't necessarily want to disclose who I've spoken to.
Oh, receive
For
gifts.
or against it.
I would know you don't.
And so that's why I'm voting against it.
She receives some.
I missed that on my first time I've read it, and so
She got a house as big as an apartment, but got a big
So I have a
renovation on the
kids
kitchen.
myself. So I'm looking at the last paragraph that says that will receive a direct benefit from the matter before the council. Any agents, written with any agent,
Her voice deeper than yours.
Yeah. And mine's kind of deep.
Yeah. I'm on the second be it further resolved.
That's right, man.
So they're saying that
Judy was against it, but the mayor that let you know she got some money.
Yes,
Yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to.
That's why she got leaving time.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney.
They ain't struck a deal, they gonna get your ass out.
She gonna snitch.
Bill,
Judy gonna tell her
this resolution is only if you receive matters of money, which is the second part
She
where you
working on
receive,
that.
will receive a direct benefit. I guess I just don't I really have never understood this resolution. And like I said, I'm ambivalent to it.
don't want to be called.
Yeah,
I just want clarity.
This resolution would impose 4 requirements. First, it would require that any council member, who has a conflict of interest as defined, disclose that conflict during debate of the ordinance or resolution before the vote is taken. It would also require the council members to orally disclose during debate any contacts, communications that they've had with any person who will receive a direct benefit from the matter before the council. So it's not that the council person would receive a benefit, but the person who spoke to will receive a benefit. The third is that requiring to disclose any things of value received in the past year from or on behalf of the entity or person who's going to be getting benefit from the city. And the final is to clarify that declarations don't need to be made unless the benefit is more than a de minimis nature and is distinguishable from the benefit to the public or a broad segment of the public.
So for clarity.
Yes.
If I let's say let's go back to a zoning issue that we had in my life. I received no value from this individual that I spoke to in regards to zoning, and I couldn't get the zoning. I would not have to disclose that I communicated with that because I received no value, but he received the value of being able to build his business on that property.
If the zoning issue somehow came before this body for like as an appeal or for final approval or something, and then this resolution would require that you disclose that the person contacted you. You would have to disclose the substance of the communications, and if they didn't provide you with any kind of benefit, there's obviously going to be reports of it didn't happen. But this would is written required, that the contact itself be disclosed, even if the substance was not disclosed.
And that's my question. Thank you very much for clarity.
Man, they ain't gonna get them.
All right. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, so I know I always have people reaching out to me about zoning issues or projects that they have coming to the city of Flint, not necessarily zoning, but just issues where they have problems with the zoning department that they couldn't get zoning, and people not responding to their calls. So I have helped maneuver them through, like sending emails out to try to see what's the problem, what's the hold up, what's going on. So in that case right there, even though I'm not personally benefiting from it, do I need to disclose that I had a communication with someone that has been having problems with a department, that they can't get a response from a department head or a phone call or email back? Because I'm sure I'm not the only council member that has issues with we waiting on somebody to.
It does not require disclosure of contacts generally. It only requires disclosure of contacts from persons who have matters that are pending before this council. So if there's a resolution to make an award award a contract or something, or award some sort of grant funding, this resolution would call for council members to disclose that Mr. X from XYZ organization reached out to me and asked for contacted me. It doesn't. If somebody's just asking you as one of your kind of like
But if the departments will do their job and deal with these people in a timely manner, they wouldn't be reaching out to us to try to get us to put some fire behind the department head to deal with these situations. So even when I do referrals or something, I just it's just, I don't know if they overwhelmed with work, even with some of the ARPA contracts or the awardees that receive ARPA dollars. They, be having problems with, they ain't got the contract signed. So, I'm not sure. I won't be supporting this.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? We'll see that we have someone else. I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. So it looked like they were saying that the third vehicle they're talking about having any dealings with the prior 12 months. And then the second one, they were saying they're disclosing the overall. And then for the first be it resolved, they were saying that disclosing before the vote is taken. I think that's definitely achievable. And the word public servants will, yeah, it failed. Yeah, but it shouldn't fail. But that would have made this more, I'll say universal. So as is. Anyway, let's do one call vote. So we are looking to approve resolution 240106. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alderman?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. The vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
No, it's 2 yes, 4 no. That resolution failed. All right, so what's the pleasure of the body? Move forward.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to approve 240129.
The motion to approve 240129, support?
Support.
All right, support by the councilman in the first ward. Any debate?
Yes, I want to start talking about this climate project. Happy National Climate Change Day or Earth Day today.
Earth Day.
Is there someone in the administration back there that can speak on the youth-led climate project? Yes, this is a grant acceptance from Bloomberg Philanthropies to support for youth-led climate projects. Resolution that appropriate city officials authorize to do all things necessary in the amount of $50,000. I'm not sure that we talked about this in committee.
You didn't.
So
You
I'm
didn't.
not sure how it came straight to city council and didn't get.
Wow.
No, I said I don't know how. Let me repeat myself again. Maybe
Yeah.
you didn't hear what I just said. I said
Right.
I don't know how resolution 240129 grant acceptance for the Bloomberg Philanthropy support the youth-led climate
She mad
project
now.
Yes.
did not come through
Committee.
Right.
If it did, could you just enlighten me?
Yes, I follow the internal protocols in putting resolutions together. So I'm not sure.
What's your name again?
Seamus Bannon. I'm the grants management officer for the city of Flint.
You know who?
I write the grants for the city of Flint and manage a lot of the grants, not all the grants, but the grants that come through the mayor's office at the city of Flint. So I applied for this grant a number of months ago as an opportunity for us for youth-led projects. And then I followed the internal protocols that we are to follow as staff members within the administration to get this up before the meeting tonight.
And what is this going to do?
So this gives us an opportunity to receive dollars that we're going to award micro grants of between $1,000 and $5,000 to youth-led organizations, youth groups, and young people to do some sort of climate action work. So they might raise awareness. I have a few thoughts here. They might raise awareness around the importance of tree planting, participating in mitigation planning, mobilizing public education campaigns, launching recycling or waste reduction initiatives. So anything around this sort of climate action. So we will, when we receive the funds, if approved tonight, when we receive the funds, we will put out requests for proposals for people to get an opportunity to receive these micro grants for youth organizations between $1,000 and $5,000.
So, thank you
for sure
for getting this grant. And let me give you some suggestions that I'm thinking of some projects that we're doing in the community. I know it's one in the second ward, I think it's one in the first ward. In my ward, we're doing a climate change cool out project, I think May Institute, where they received $4,000 to convert vacant lots into plant trees with cool lots, you know, to cool down. I'm still learning.
Right.
I went to some of the training and I'm just learning about climate change and what it looks like.
Sure.
I would love to see you partner with Mona Eunice, I believe, May Institute. They, and I think Kettering University, through you to Leon, is it Kettering University, one of y'all partners?
Yes, Kettering University.
The neighborhood engagement hub, they are doing some cool projects building around vacant land. I know one of the projects is on Austin and Saginaw at the old Captain Price, and Dion Freeman is spearheading one. I think it's in the second ward. I'm excited to see that project kicked off. I think it'll be a good partnership with them to work with them around these projects.
Can I add just one more point? As long as they're within the youth range, so they're using the United Nations definition of between 15 and 24. That's the age range.
That'd be cool. I think it'll be a great idea. I'm
Will it be between $1,000 and $5,000? There's opportunity for many groups.
Even if you gave them $5, that's something. I'm just saying it can help them with what they're trying to do around those projects. They already got $4,000 apiece. Yeah. All right, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Anyone else in the second round? All right, we'll see now. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. Thank you so much, Emerson. So we're on the vote to approve resolution 240129. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I don't know why they separated. They still approve it.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Yes.
The last one was hard.
Yes, no?
6 yes, 0 no. That resolution passed.
Yeah, that's the last one.
So now we're on the last resolution.
And then discuss it even. Oh, wow.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve 240144.
Motion on the floor to approve 240144. Any support? Support by the Councilwoman First Ward. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
So this resolution is for, this is the administrative consent order for the City of Flint, State of Michigan, Department of Environmental Regulations and Energy, Eagle Drinking Water, and Environmental Health Division. I know I'm limited to what I can say because we went into executive meeting about this consent order. There was a request for a copy of the wind funds. We just received it, well, I just received it this evening at, probably, let me see, I just received it, today at 5:31. It's a lot of numbers, I'm trying to figure out what these numbers look like. I did do my own research on what's left in the wind funds. Here's the problem that I have. We received $100 million for the city of Flint, up under the leadership of Karen Weaver. And she came to the podium tonight and told us when she got out of office, it was $23 million left. There are some major projects that was incomplete prior to her leaving office. So it was, Sheldon needing responsibility as the mayor to complete them. Whether he had enough funds to do it or didn't, I'm not sure. I'm concerned about the consent agreement, and this consent agreement, thank you, Attorney Kemp, for educating me on how long these consent agreements been in place. These consent agreements been in place ever since Karen Weaver was the mayor. And what has changed is you guys have just went to court to try to cover or deal with whatever.
It's not that we've gone to court to try to challenge or get them lifted. It's that we've been working within the various orders to basically ensure that the city's residents have a water system that will basically satisfy their needs.
Thank you. So this ain't just happened. This consent agreement ain't something new. It's been in place for a while. So when you look at the consent agreement and you look at some of the acts, and I don't want to get into detail, then stop me, attorney, if you think I'm going too far. I just want to be careful. But nothing. I am concerned when I look at the other consent agreement that talks about the restoration and the service lines. I am concerned. So we got two that's coming before us that we need to do something with. And I don't feel comfortable signing on to something of the unknown or how we're going to pay for it. And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
All right, anyone else who would like to respond? In the first round? All right. Anyone else would like to respond in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
And I will ask, I'm not sure what my council members are thinking on this vote. Those who, I think we need to have whatever happened with this, I think we need to have a serious conversation with our water and sewer fund, the 27.6 million that we losing because people not paying their water bills. We need to deal with the 15 million of uncollectibles with the people that their water's done been turned off because they done left a bill problem. We even still have a lawsuit out, and I don't want to talk about that, but I know Scott Kincaid is going to file a lawsuit, and that's still out because they raised the water rates. We also need to look at repealing Public Act 436. The emergency manager came in here and told this city up.
And you know this, man.
They told this city up, and not only did they tear this city up, they told this city up and left us and didn't give us enough money to do the major projects that they trying to force our hands to do.
Right.
And I'm not saying the money was mismanaged and all of that. I really don't know all of that, but what I do know is we in trouble. And I just don't feel comfortable. So on that note, I'm done.
Speak for yourself, sir.
All right. Well, yeah. All right. So we are on the second round. Anyone else like to speak? All right, seeing no one else want to speak, I'll go ahead and just make a comment. I know that that we received this in closed session, and we definitely have to do all things possible to make sure that we are ensuring safe water for the community. And I know that Flint, I can't remember the email that we received, and the email stated that it was a water group, and they wanted to know more, and they felt that they should have been at the table. So with that being said, I just wanted to acknowledge that, and we will move on. So we are looking to call for the vote.
I don't think so.
For resolution 240144. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk, for approval.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No. Oh, that hurt him.
Priestley? Yes.
That hurt him.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Even. Yes. Ooh. That didn't go.
4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, and that resolution fails. Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to keep 240144 in council.
Keep it council?
Yes.
Okay, resolution to keep that resolution in council. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Worthing. Any discussion? Any discussion second round?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Murphy. Oh, thank you. So you missed it. So go ahead and roll call, Madam Clerk.
They playing games, ain't they?
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Killed it again.
4 yes,
Yeah, Judy turned red. Look how Judy looking.
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to send 240144 back to finance.
That's all she had to do, man. 240144 back to finance. Any support? I support. Supported by Mr. Champagne. Any discussion?
So Leon stood on business? Leon stood on business?
Yes. So I would like to do a closed session, or I don't know if we need a closed session, now that we have a copy of
Such a personal.
now that we have the breakdown of the wind fund, do you think we should go into closed session, or should we just be able to openly talk about this in finance about the wind funds that we got a copy of?
In terms of the any remaining wind funds and how those are going to be allocated and spent, that is essentially disconnected from the administrative consent order, and could largely be discussed in an open session. So the matters that were discussed in the closed session in terms of the contents of the consent order should remain confidential, but how money is to be spent would just be something that this council would discuss going forward.
Thank you. So through you to the finance chair, without objection, could you have someone that can come and break down these numbers of the wind funds so that we can understand the numbers in our next finance and do a special order to break down budget of the wind funds? Is it finance chair?
Gone.
Oh, city administrator. Clyde. Thank you.
Okay, so we let go.
Yes. Yes.
So let's do.
He's on down.
Clyde, could you have someone here that can speak on the wind funds? Because I'm looking at all these numbers, and I know some of them are grants. And so I need to, could you have someone come and speak?
Yeah. You can go ahead and ask your questions.
Say that again?
You can ask your questions.
Okay.
I may be able to answer what questions you have. Because I don't want to hear.
I'll get back to you.
I don't know, and I need to get back with you. So I just want to make sure that the team that could come, and if Judy wouldn't mind doing a special order, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, that. But he's saying he can answer the question, but sometimes he don't have an answer, and I don't want him to go through that. So I just want to make sure that we, through the chair, Mr. Murphy, with all due respect, you asked for that document.
Yeah, I just got it at 5:30.
That's not accurate, though. I'm going to tell you that right now. So you asked for the document, you were unsatisfied that you hadn't gotten the document, so I made sure you got the document. But that's not a correct document because there's been a lot of transactions since that document. So that's, I just want to make sure you understand.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. Anyone else like to speak? All right. So seeing that no one else would like to speak, we'll go ahead and call for the vote to send this back to finance. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Murphy.
All right, so.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Shedd?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alderman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That resolution has been sent back to finance. Now, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
No, 10 minutes. But
So now we have a discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy. And you take 10 minutes. Yes, you take 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me, that's okay. I'll yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Michelle.
I want to take this time to acknowledge our colleague, Councilwoman Eva Worthing, as well as her final. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying for 6 years and for all of the fun times in your life. So we are going to miss you. The city will soon know there is leaving, but thank you for your service because being up here is not easy for any amount of time. Regardless to wherever you stand on an issue, a lot of times we have to make very tough decisions, and we are criticized one way or the other about said decisions. And so anybody that steps up and decides to serve and serves with a pure heart is always greatly appreciated. So thank you for your service to our city.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I too want to acknowledge Ms. Worthing's
Family, we are.
service to this community.
That's
The
done.
problem is that for 6 years you put up with hell.
So.
It doesn't matter who you were going to be. It started from your very first meeting.
It did.
And that wasn't fair to you. And it's not fair to anybody. And I do pray that whoever takes your place does not have to put up with the garbage that you have put up with, not only from the members of the audience. I'm not going to say your constituents because not all of them have been there like that, but from the members of council and from the members in the audience. It's not fair to anyone. And also, I just want to say that I don't, and I've said this before, I don't care if you like me or not, just be respectful. I'm respectful of you, I expect respect.
She ain't respectful with no damn body.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, and I too want to extend my gratitude to you, Eva, for serving with you. I watched you over the years. I watched you have to go back and forth with the audience. I can't wait till one day when we can go out and have a drink and have some pizza and just enjoy life outside of no council. We don't want to talk about no city council, but just enjoy ourselves. And I know it's not been easy for you. And I wish you well in your career as a teacher and with you and your kids, and hopefully things is not as stressful as what you have had to put up with at council from the audience. So I just want to personally extend my gratitude to you. I watched you try to learn, like, how I want to be, and how I want to do that. You know, so it was on both sides. But I appreciate being your colleagues on here. I know it was not an easy decision for you to say, I don't even want to run for office again. Just, it's over with. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And
thank you, Bishop T. Priestley Flowers, my brother from Compton.
Like this, and then see the audience out with signs. Just, you know, I never think that this bad when it comes down to the disgruntled that the council is, you know, having to take and sit here and keep it professional. And I'm sure it has not been easy for you.
There you go, baby.
Not pop off at the mouth and be like, say something back, because I'll be over here saying Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. So I understand and I wish you well.
Murphy, in a known country.
Right, so Charlene.
I just like to say thank you for your service.
All right, so seeing that I'm the last one. How about you?
Okay, it doesn't really matter. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure serving with you. And everyone deserves literally a medal. I know more than a medal. I don't know. Whatever the greatest prize is for putting up with this. This is not normal. And it's not healthy to, I don't know how I made it 6.5 years, because it is not healthy, just even mentally, for those who aren't even being screamed at and yelled at and blamed for other people's life problems. Just the clerk and those around that have to sit in here, the staff, like, I feel for them. So many have left, and I watched staff member after staff member leave because no one can stay in this type of environment. And it's sad. And I believe I'm one of the last to go, like in the group that I started with, I don't feel, it was pretty dumb to stay, I'm not gonna lie, but someone said this: don't be too hard on yourself. You had hope. You had hope that things would change, and that is true. I had hope that things would get better, that we could work together, and when I saw that it wasn't going to change in a timely manner, I said my family is more important to me, my mental health is more important to me, and my students are more important to me, because that is what I really care about and enjoy. And so I just want to thank you all for your support, and for everyone who contacted me throughout the years and mentally gave me like a boost, like, hey, it's not you. Hey, like, you're doing great. I needed that. You don't know how much a person needs that when they're down and out. Like, and so if anyone feels like sending a message to my colleagues in my absence, it does help to hear the loudest people in the crowd aren't how the city feels. They're just the loudest, and they're here. Thank you.
Ms. Reed? Yeah, I like you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right, thank you. The average mayor wouldn't do it. No, people come just to make our life hell. People show up just to be disorderly. And we're talking about all the way from the everyday citizen all the way down to, I guess, people with prestige in the community. We are an equal opportunity attack group. We get attacked by everyone. But I would like to hang my hat on saying that we are definitely moving in a positive and in a new, fresh direction. And so our goal is to get the business of the city done, and I'm looking forward to doing just that. See, when we don't have a lot of distraction, we are able, sir, you are out of order. You've been out of order all night, so let's stop. And that includes everyone from yelling out. We need to make sure that this is a thankless job with barely no pay. So you must love the city when you sit in this seat. People attack, don't even have facts straight, but we must sit here and take it. People talk about your mom, your dad, your children, and we must take it. All for the love of the city of Flint. I'm glad that I was wrong the way I was, because I'm gonna stand because you stood. I'm going to stand unwavering, and I'm going to continue to lead. I'm going to continue to lead with the rules. So thank you so much for helping us implement those so we can continue to move the city forward. So with that being said, I please enjoy your time away. Job well done. And now we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Alamy?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.